What does it take to represent an industry which has built the world's most powerful technology platform? Expertise, an eye towards the future, and the ability to make connections between technology and access, content creators and consumers, entertainment and the economy, so we can unleash connectivity for all. We are NCTA, the Internet and Television Association.
Nice outfit. Want you lose a bet?
Entering game. So guys, this is where I got to today. I mean, obviously we want to get it to the design team as quickly as possible.
Yeah, agreed. Actually, this just came in from them.
Oh, nice.
Timing breaks down on this one. As you can see, things get a little bit difficult.
Guys, do you mind, something's come up. Do you mind if I jump on the 9:30 call?
Sure.
Entering game.
All right. This is my picture I made at school today.
Oh, your goldfish. And what are their names?
Elisa and so nice. It started.
Oh, remember the plan.
Entering game.
The universe has a cosmic speed limit, the speed of light. No material object can travel faster than the speed of light. Not even you or
Pause lesson.
Entering game.
Come on.
Out of ammo? Sorry, sweetie. What? Who invited you?
She's my secret weapon.
Where did you hide? I was in between the wall and the couch. Nice job. I would have won.
Anyone up for another game?
New game begins in 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and CEO of NCTA, the Internet and Television Association, Michael Powell.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the near future. I am so excited you are all here, and I am particularly thrilled to have the NCTA and CableLabs boards of directors with us. Can I just ask the board members to please stand real quickly and let's give them a round of applause. You know, I've been in the communications business for more years than I care to admit. And in my experience, too often, policy making is reactionary. It's usually a response to an urgent present moment that looks backwards to the past for a solution. The world that we are in, however, is about constant change and innovation. I believe industry leaders and policymakers should spend more time together, looking ahead and working to understand what's coming down the road. In this way, we can better understand and anticipate what policy questions are going to arise because of invention. And we can work in partnership to eliminate barriers to realizing the full potential of these developments. That objective is the inspiration for today's event. You see, today is the unconference. Rather than pontificating policy panels, scripted interviews, and lengthy speeches, we're going to showcase technologies and entrepreneurs that are using the power of the internet to transform the way we live, learn, work, and play. Rather than spend the whole time talking about ourselves, we want to spotlight the amazing things that our networks make possible. Cable operators are building the networks on which everything you will see today depends. They have spent billions on the critical infrastructure that has brought us this far. But what we have done to this point pales in comparison to the plans underway to bring ultra-fast, high-capacity gig networks to consumers in the next couple of years. Policymakers are going to have to ensure the right incentives will exist to sustain the investment necessary to keep pace with the exciting inventions on display today. Content companies also will be a major influence on our digital near future, as creators are finding fascinating new ways to entertain, inform, and educate. So, we need to look forward, but we don't want to look so far ahead that we're engaged in science fiction. We want to look to the near future, where the seeds have already begun to sprout, and that's what you're about to see. Our goal today is to excite you, to stimulate your thinking, to provide some entertainment, and let you touch and interact with some of the technologies and leaders that will shape the near future. So with that, I really want to introduce my colleague and co-sponsor for the day, Phil McKinney, the president and head of CableLabs. Phil, come on up.
Thank you, Michael. And thank you all for taking the time out of your schedule. Like in the past, when new innovation platforms are created, it unleashes a new wave of products, services, and technologies that transform society, such as the impact that the steam engine had on launching the Industrial Revolution, or the role of the microprocessor has in our daily lives today. The coming gigabit networks will be one of those platforms for these kinds of innovations. Now, the objective for CableLabs when we created the Near Future video that you just watched was to answer a fundamental question we get all the time. What are those innovations that are coming that will take advantage of these gigabit networks? Now, when we created this video, our audience was the industry. We did this to inspire ways for us to think about the future. But also, we created the video to inspire innovators from around the world to begin thinking about what they could do with the gigabit network. Now, since the release of the video, I can say it has taken on a life of its own, including inspiring today's event, co-hosted by CableLabs and NCTA. Today's event brings together innovators who will share with you the near future. A future that will build upon networks that we as an industry are already building. Now, why do we call it the near future? At CableLabs, our mission is to look 3 to 5 years out into the future and innovate technologies that the cable industry will use to serve their customers. That 3 to 5 year timeline is what we at CableLabs call the near future. It's what is coming next. Now, in the video, we cover a wide range of innovations, from autonomous vehicles and its dependency on high-speed networks in the home for its updates, virtual reality, augmented reality, and what that means for entertainment, such as the game you saw, and how we will socialize with friends and families. Collaboration technologies and what that means for the future of work, when we can work as if we were there. At the same time, allowing us to balance the range of both personal and work priorities that we all face each and every day. Now, distance learning, that's what I'm excited about, that combines artificial intelligence with holographic displays to recreate experts such as Einstein. All of these innovations require one critical thing, and that is a high-speed network. The network that Cable is rolling out today. Now, the release of the video last August was not the end. Every day, we wake up thinking about what is coming next. Now, to that end, let's take a look at the next episode of the near future.
Megabot activated. You're gonna need a bigger weapon. Exiting base.
Hey, watch out, buddy! Steady, steady! Nice work! New high score.
Yes, finally! Watch out!
What? Game on! Oh, not again.
Gotcha!
New game begins in 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Emmy Award-winning reporter, producer, entrepreneur, and our host for the near future, Kim McNicholas.
Wow, don't you wish you could just... I wanted to just jump right in and play, didn't you? But they kept saying, look away from the laser, look away from the laser. So maybe next game. But it just goes to show that play is pivotal in all of our lives. From our earliest memories, it's those moments of play that we do cherish the most with our family and our friends. Because it's during those episodes of play where we first learn to create, to imagine, to collaborate, to share, to fail, and to even get back up again. And now play is evolving. It's both immersive and it's technology-driven. So imagine what we learned as kids during play and multiply those lessons by an infinite number. Play will shape the next generation in an entirely new way. Today, we are going to explore that evolution with those who are changing the way we play forever in the real world and virtual reality. And we couldn't have found anyone better to dive into virtual play than a man whose digital inventions have powered the visual effects in films like The Matrix, Superman Returns, King Kong, and so many more. Paul Debevec, a pioneering computer graphics researcher from the University of Southern California's Institute for Creative Technologies, is now the senior staff engineer at Google VR. And he, once known as Hollywood's Master of Light, could be soon taking on a very different title, the Master of Transformation. He is working on Google's Daydream View headset. I don't know how many of you have actually used that yet, but it's a big, big push for Google right now, especially since this week, the company followed Facebook in releasing their own professional-grade 360 camera called Halo. Facebook released their latest VR camera last week. But the idea behind the release of the cameras is there just is not enough content to drive mass adoption of VR just yet. But an affordable camera for filmmakers could change that, and really fast. So please welcome Paul Debevec.
Thank you so much, Kim. We've got slides. This is super exciting. I'm going to talk a little bit about bringing people into virtual and augmented reality. I think in your programs it was actually written, I was surprised to see the term, it was called alternative reality, which I guess, let's see here, if there can be alternative facts, there can be alternative realities as well. I'm going to talk a little bit about some ways that you could possibly make them, hopefully for very good reasons as well. As Kim mentioned, I work at the USC Institute for Creative Technologies, and I'm also a senior staff engineer engineer at Google VR, and I get to work with incredibly cool people who make virtual reality camera rigs, such as the Jump Odyssey, which was a partnership we had with GoPro, and just announced the Yi Halo, a partnership that we had with the company Yi. And we've been turning basically action sports cameras into 360-degree omnidirectional stereo virtual reality rigs. If you film your scenes with these cameras, then you can actually look all the way around, as in with a Daydream headset that you can see there, but it's actually stereo all the way around. And it's not just a matter of basically having lots of stereo pairs of cameras all the way, but you have to smoothly interpolate between the images. So we have some of the best computer vision researchers who are working on getting very smooth transitions even around edges so that you can see a really well reconstructed left eye and right eye image as you go all the way around. And that's great if you have a real scene that you want to film. And a lot of the other interesting virtual reality experiences are based on things where you need to actually combine lots of elements from different places. You might use a game engine to create an environment, and then you want to take human characters, like we just saw in those amazing laser game videos, and add human characters in there. And while we know how to digitize environments and objects, digitizing people and getting them to look photorealistic in virtual reality has been a big challenge for a while. And that's why at my institute, we started pursuing ways of digitizing the human face. And a big part of what we've developed over there was called the light stage. And this is one of our light stages that is a sphere of LED lights. We have complete control over the direction, the brightness, even the polarization of the illumination. And we place cameras all the way on the outside of these things. And we can run a variety of different algorithms that, for example, allow us to take an actress like Emily O'Brien here, and then digitize her face down to the level of skin pores and fine creases. And if we get her to pose in enough of her individual facial expressions, kind of an alphabet of how her face moves, we can actually work with an animation company like Imagemetrics and then turn it into a pretty realistic version of her own face. I'll switch to a video here, and it's going to show a version of Emily that's actually completely digitally rendered face. Here, her body and her hair is still from an actual real video, but we've completely replaced her eyes, her teeth, all of her facial region, and we've animated it to do a performance that she gave on video separately. So in a second here, it'll kind of break that down. These are kind of like the texture map for the face. We're going to see the shine off of the skin on its own. It looks a little crazy. This is the underlying wireframe that's getting animated, and if you take it all away, then you can see the original Emily. And well, at this point here, this was actually something that we did back in 2008 for the SIGGRAPH conference. It wasn't a perfect match. It was clearly showing that we are eventually going to be able to get very convincing digital actors. And this is a three-dimensional digital data set. You can view it from any angle. You can put it into any kind of illumination. And that's useful if you're trying to create narrative content. After we showed this demo, we started getting calls from the movie industry. Could we take actors who are going to be in feature films and help us create digital stunt doubles or versions of the characters that might be a little bit different than the original actors? For the movie Avatar, we scanned Zoe Saldana to turn her into Neytiri with the great visual effects work done by Weta Digital. And if you look at Neytiri's face, the blue Na'vi character, she has a lot of resemblance to Zoe Saldana, and in fact, from the cheekbones down, this is literally Zoe's face. And then the rest of it, even though it's been transformed into the Na'vi version of herself, borrows a lot from her own facial textures, so that when she performs as Neytiri, her own facial performance is the perfect thing to drive this character that shares so much that she has with her, even though she's from the planet Pandora. Here's Neytiri in action. She's leaning down to kiss Sam Worthington's character, Jake Sully, and obviously she's digital here. It turns out in this shot, you might not have noticed, Sam Worthington also completely digital. We scanned him, got a high-resolution facial model, and Weta Digital rendered him into the scene. In this case here, the lighting is digital, the environment's digital, Neytiri's digital. She needs to shadow his face, bounce light back and forth between the two. It's just easier if it's a digital person that you can put into the same rendering algorithm than to try to composite a human in. And there's a really good digital stunt double of our friend Stephen Lang, who plays Colonel Quaritch. As you can see in this scene, he's digital here. That's real, cuts to real. Jake Sully, based on Sam Worthington, is digital. And then this is a totally digital line of dialogue from Colonel Quaritch. And these characters here kind of are little flitting bits of digital stunt doubles, but as time has gone on, the movie industry has put the digital characters closer and closer to being front and center in the films. And so in some recent examples, we've helped turn Tom Cruise into a digital stunt double for Oblivion, Angelina Jolie, so she can fly as the evil queen in Maleficent. For the movie Central Intelligence, we actually did a mashup of a Vine star named Sione Maraschino and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson for a flashback sequence where he's an awkward, overweight high school student. And this is a 100% digital face for a few minutes of the film at the beginning that's appealing and gets the comedy element right that Weta Digital was able to create. In the movie The Jungle Book by Disney, all of the environments are digital except Mowgli himself is composited into them. Oftentimes, usually it's the real guy on blue screen, but in a lot of sequences, they had a backup that they scanned of Neil Sethi, of his face and his body, that could be composited in these scenes with complete control of lighting and angle that helped make a lot of the visual effects sequences work. Mark Rylance, who recently won an Academy Award for acting, was turned by Weta Digital into the BFG, the Big Friendly Giant. And in probably one of the more poignant things that we were able to do with the technology, we were able to help Weta Digital complete some visual effects work for the movie Furious 7, where unfortunately Paul Walker had passed halfway through production. And the only way to complete the film, once it was clear that the family supported this and wanted to participate, was to work with scanning his two brothers, Cody and Caleb Walker, to help Weta Digital create a photoreal digital model of Paul Walker, who appears in about half of the shots of the film, including extreme close-ups, including emotional scenes. And that showed that the technology really now is something that, for movie purposes, can create a lot of this vision of a photoreal digital actor. I talked about some of this work the last time I was in DC giving a talk at the Smithsonian Institution, and they got the sense that we're okay and pretty good at scanning faces, and they actually asked us back in 2014, after that presentation I gave, if we could possibly make a portable version of our light stage and bring it to Washington, D.C. to scan somebody that they thought would be an interesting person to scan. So we spent a bit of time building a kind of a portable rig and then pulled light sources and cameras off of our light stage in our laboratory and eventually got this thing that could go potentially through narrow hallways and into a shipping crate. We got it over there. And we didn't really have the home field advantage. We had to scan in a situation where we didn't have a lot of control of what was going on. We were able to turn the lights off. And we were going to have very, very little time to do the scan. But working with some of my great teammates at the University of Southern California, we came over and we were able to get a scan of President Barack Obama back in 2014. Our system takes 10 photos very quickly. And we changed the direction of the light, we changed the polarization of the light, then we analyzed this to get kind of a 3D reconstruction of the face, and then by how the light plays off of the skin, we can get a very high-resolution model down to skin pores and fine creases. And so this is the three-dimensional model that we were able to make of our 44th president. And this has also been printed in 3D, life-size, and is in the collection of the National Portrait Gallery at this point. And the last thing that I wanted to present is a project that also is working with an important person from history. In fact, a whole series of very important people from history. And this is a project at USC ICT where we've been working with the USC Shoah Foundation and ICT's Natural Language Group, led by Dr. David Traum, who's here, to document the stories of survivors of the Holocaust. So we still have a number of these people who are alive, who've been through the terrible horrors of World War II in the concentration camps, and are able to speak vividly about this very important history that it's ever so important that we never forget. And what you can see here is a Holocaust survivor named Pinchas Guter. He is in the middle of our largest light stage we've ever built, Light Stage 6. It has 1,000 of these different LED lights around, and it has over 100 cameras. And we were able to, he very generously gave some of his time so that we could record him answering an entire array of questions over the course of a week. David Traum's going to talk more about that part of things to turn it into an interactive testimony. But we filmed from enough angles that we could basically create a holographic projection of him. And in our vision video, we kind of Photoshop together. A lot of people do this. They have a technology and they think it's a great idea. They haven't quite developed it yet, so they make a Photoshop mock-up of the thing. So we did that too. So sorry about that. But the idea was like Pinchas Guter could kind of virtually appear in a classroom and take questions from students who might want to learn about his history. They could ask him, ideally, anything about what his experiences were, and hopefully most of the time he'd have an appropriate answer that we had thought to ask him. And so this was sort of a vision that you might have some sort of kind of special screen, maybe an array of video projectors behind to show all the different angles. And we were very fortunate at USC ICT to actually have the support to be able to build this out. And now what I'm going to show you is actual real video of a graduate student of mine, passed his PhD defense last week, Koki Nagano, talking to Mr. Pinchas Guter and asking him a question. Okay, we're not going to get the audio, but he asked him, how did you survive the Holocaust? And he's going to say, how did I survive? Well, he's going to talk about the different places that he managed to hide and such. But what you can see here is that on the special projection screen, there's an array of 200 video projectors behind, and they're all showing a different point of view. And you actually end up with a three-dimensional auto-multiscopic image that multiple people can look at. They all have a stereo view, and you can move back and forth and see all the motion parallax. You can see them from the side, from the front. This is just regular handheld video with zero visual effects going on. And I'm very happy to announce that while we didn't bring the holographic projection of it, we do have a life-size screen that Bill Swartout and Alicia Gaynor and David Traum have brought just to the right of the screen here at the demo areas. Please stop by and ask Pinchas a question. So those are some of the things that we're working on. All of these technologies that we've seen deployed in the movies are going to be also in video games, and once they're in video games, they are in virtual reality. Activision actually already has one of our light stages and are using it for all of their Call of Duty games. And so this level of photorealism and experience of people and environments is going to be available in virtual reality, and it's just a matter of figuring out all the best possible stories to tell. And I'm looking forward to hearing from the other speakers today just what those stories might be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paul Debevec. And make sure you do visit his booth. His demo's pretty cool, as you saw. Well, let's move beyond virtual reality and begin to overlay things from the digital world into the real world to create an immersive future, including the future of sports. What will that take? Well, when you make things for the virtual world, you start with modeling software to create the things that you want. But if you want to then take it up a notch or 2 or 10, we're all overachievers here, right? To what's called mixed reality, which is a mix between virtual reality and augmented reality, then you need a game engine. But up until recently, most of the use cases for real-time engines were only for games. But the holy grail of game engines has the ability to render amazing mixed reality experiences in real time. And here to show you how that game engine is changing the way we create and perceive reality in the near future beyond gaming, please welcome Senior Vice President of Technicolor, Tim Dodd.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Great to be here. Thank you for the invitation to present. It's great to be back in DC. I'm based in Los Angeles. I work at Technicolor. When we think about immersive media, we think about 4 themes. We think about disruptive. We think about episodic. We think about social. And we think about high-end. So I'll walk through those and unpack them a little bit. So for disruptive, everything we've done to date for content creation, content production, content distribution, and delivery is going to change. Immersive content is going to change, we believe, most, if not all, of how we do things today. Episodic. While we make movies for Disney and Fox and pretty much every studio, we're not sure. We know that we believe that VR is a medium for watching a 2-hour movie. We think that we're going to see things like episodic content, short-form content, installment content coming along that will be intense and highly interactive, but it won't be 2 hours in length. Social. So it's hard to imagine today when you look at a VR headset that that's a tremendously social experience. That feels solitary and a little closed off. But we believe this is going to change. We believe that content that's social, that engages the user and their family and friends, or their friends online or physically present, is a game changer. And that's also going to require some changes in format and distribution, delivery, and creation. And last is high-end. That's really more for Technicolor. We pride ourselves on bringing premium, high-end experiences to light and to life. We believe there's a huge ecosystem for Snapchat AR and for 360-degree camera capture VR. But it's probably not where we will play. We will continue to play to our strength, which is light and color and interactivity. So, Kim mentioned game engines. Why are we slightly obsessed now with game engines? Well, it's because in the VR projects we've worked on, which have been about 50 or 55 to date, we've been increasingly using game engine. This is a technology that came from the games industry. It's not a technology that we would use typically in visual effects or video, but it's tremendously impactful for us in building VR experiences. And why is that? It's interactive. Everything that's immersive is by nature interactive. It's real time. It allows us to render a shot in real time and then change it in real time. And I'm going to give you a demo of that in a second. And lastly, it is high-end. Now, you may be thinking Pac-Man or Candy Crush is a game engine. We've got something to show you that I think will change your mind. So let's look first at how we do things today. And Paul's actually touched on this. He's been great to show us a little bit of Jungle Book. This is a movie that we worked on. It's really a love story. It's a love letter to India. This is Rudyard Kipling's book. It's a Disney movie. We're very proud and humbled to be working on it with Disney. It won an Academy Award this year for Best Visual Effects. The team in India that we used as part of our moving picture company had 800 digital artists. And the first thing they did was go out and scout India. They went out and traveled 12,000 kilometers and went to 10 states in India and took 400,000 digital still images of leaves, of branches, of trees, of forest, of jungle, of mountains and rocks and rivers and animals, and brought it all back to Bangalore, where their team is based. And over the course of 18 months, we put together this movie, working with Disney and working with the director, Jon Favreau. And we're very proud of this movie, of course, but we're also thinking about how this translates into our immersive future. We don't have the luxury of building a team of 800 people to go off and do this for 18 months in some of these shoots. And a lot of what they're doing is by nature high-end. It's stunning visuals. This is real-time light and color, rendered. Obviously, the panther, Bagheera, is not there. Mowgli, the boy, is in the movie, Paul's right, about 40% of the time, it's actually a digital stand-in. When you see the wee boy struggling for survival in the jungle and being chased by wolves, we didn't do that to this kid. We actually put a digital stunt double in there. And so you'll see in the movie, if you watch it, hard to see, but most of the time when he's running through the forest, when he's jumping through vines or off a cliff or into the water, we used a digital stunt double, which we created using photorealistic camera capture techniques. But that's super high-end. It's by definition not interactive, and it's not in real time. So we are somewhat obsessed, as I said, about game engine and the potential for game engine to change the way we view reality. So I've used the term here, reality engine. It's a little hyperbolic, perhaps, for now, but I think it's coming. The cinematic narrative, as you know today, is changing. It has a fixed point of view. It's a 16:9 window into a two-dimensional universe, just across the screen. It's the same story arc every time, the same narrative. Whether you like the movie or not, you're stuck in it. It's a uniform experience for everyone in the audience. The audiences are observers. We are, in a movie, passive. We are unknown voyeurs to the characters and actors in the movie. But it has, as you've seen, very high-quality visuals. So let's contrast that with game engine, or gaming. Multiple perspectives. Not just each outcome can be different, each outcome will be different. You never play the same game the same way twice. Characters and scenery are fully interactive. The audiences are players. We bring our piece of story, or a multiplayer, stories and storytelling to the game. And just by being in the game, we change the outcome. Now, I talked about Candy Crush and Pac-Man. That's, old school perhaps, but what about the visuals? Games engines have come a long way. So what I'm about to show you is a demonstration and an ad that we put together working with Unreal Epic engine. This is an ad for Chevrolet. You're going to see a Camaro, I think it's, correct me guys, a ZL1? Yeah, ZL1 Camaro being chased around by a car that doesn't even exist yet. This was shot live in Angeles Crest National Forest, just outside of LA. The road is there, the scenery is there, there were no cars there. And then we took the scenery and the cars and put the whole thing into a game engine. So I'm going to show the demo, show the ad. It's a 90-second spot, and then we're going to do something really cool with it. So with that, take it away.
Lewis, you've won so many times in your career. Monaco in '09, for example. How do you do it, man?
Well, you know what? There's always a way to win. There's always a way through.
Lewis is going to be the first human ever to race a car operated by artificial intelligence. Let's meet the competition. Aja.
Hello, gentlemen. In my simulations, I have beaten Lewis 148,623 times.
And how many real races have you won, Aja?
This will be the first. I see all the possibilities, Lewis. You cannot pass me. You do not win.
There's always a way through.
Lewis, congratulations. This was a historic win.
Well done, Lewis. But our race has just begun.
Okay, so that's pretty cool. That's canned video. This is Wyatt from the mill. Hello. Hi, Wyatt. Thank you. So Wyatt and his team at the mill put this together. We're going to run this in a game engine.
Okay, so what we're looking at here is a configurator that we had built for the original spot for the ZL1 Camaro. And part of the ask was be able to get in, the typical features that a dealership would want, like, for Chevy to have, so you can change your colors. What we did was, running this off of a game engine, which this configurator right now is running live, we're able to now configure the colors of the cars, determining on which color we want it to be. So if we're like any Bumblebee fans in the crowd, the car is now
let's go yellow. Yeah, that's cool. All right.
Cars, we have yellow, and then if we wanted to, we can add in a nice, black racing stripe across the top. What this is doing is, this whole film, in a traditional sense, isn't being played the way you would normally play it. This is being run live, run off of a game engine itself. So it's rendering each frame at 42 milliseconds, and it's rendering it real time. So this gives you the ability to go through and just randomly change your colors to be any color you want within the spectrum that they had designed with this car. This gives you an ability to have a piece of media that would be, you'd have your original air by, it would run, but this gives it a life to live past that, where people can go in, configure the car that they want, and then actually run it in a film that they're actually, it's films that you can play.
I bet we have some classic car fans in here, right? Well, muscle car? Yeah.
Well, seeing that...
Let's change it up a bit.
Seeing that this was the 50th anniversary for the Chevy, they decided that, well, why not, since we can also do the ZL1, which is their newest car, they were also going to give you the ability to put in a 1968 Chevy Camaro. Again, this is running real time, so that car switched within the matter of me pressing that button, rendering live to the screen that you're seeing right there. In a tradition... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So in speaking of time, how this is changing things with using real-time game engines in the post-production world, this is saving a tremendous amount of time. You're doing a lot of work in the front end where you're doing look development of the car to make sure that you have the body, style, and paint colors right. But then you have the ability to make quick changes at the end using all of the tools that we normally do. So while we were on set for this shoot, we were able to gather high dynamic range images of all of the environments. And this allowed us to then use those high dynamic range images to actually put the real-time reflections that you're seeing. So for each scene that you see of this car, the lighting is being physically driven, and it's correct to that location where we had taken the data. Normally, this would take, hours of time in pre-rendering it, running it through compositing. This is all being done in engine right now. Your composite, all the match light color and the coloring is all being done within engine.
And there are 316 or so permutations of color and car and texture and options. So if you take the 1,000 hours or so of compute time that would require for that, then times that by 300, you can see why doing it in 43 milliseconds live is really cool. And we're really stoked about this.
Right. It's just that when they originally, usually when we do car configures, you have to take the car, you get all the variables, you get all the colors, you have to pre-render all those out. All that has to be taken, has to be sent off, composited, put back in, and rebuilt. Now that we've built the car in real time, we're able to do that with literally the push of a button. So we're able to run through all the colors. So this gives you an ability, so we can also add a little bit of a sunroof if we wanted to. It gives you the ability to make changes on the fly that you normally would never have, but it also gives life to a standard piece of traditional film. You're now able to change it at any time you want.
So we use this to put together a pretty cool car configurator, but the applications for all kinds of things, movies, TV, games, huge.
At the mill, we're really looking forward to the next 2 to 5 years when the real-time engines and the GPU processors are up to the ability to actually start doing this for the wide scope of everything, not just cars. Hard surfaces are pretty easy to do right now. Organics, people, characters, even equipment. Like when you go on set, you'll be able to now have a visualization of what you're trying to shoot instead of the traditional tennis ball or a marker. Our idea is to actually have a physical representation that you can see through a viewfinder so you can actually frame up light correctly right on stage using real-time game engines.
And that's why we're excited about game engines. So fantastic.
Absolutely.
Great.
So, but yeah, that's it. So,
thanks, Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Tim. Good seeing you.
Cool. All right. So that was very cool. I'm going to talk about sports. I'm completely out of time, so I'm going to jump through that. I'm more of a kind of a rugby cricket fan anyway, so this may not apply, but we're looking at the Intel Sports 360 replay. This is something that Intel was showing a lot at March Madness and Super Bowl. It's 36 5K cameras in an array around a playing field or pitch or court. And it captures all the motion, all the movement, players, balls, etc., that are playing in the game. Now, it's a huge amount of data. 30 seconds of this is 1 terabyte. So and it's a huge amount of compute, so much you really can't do this yet in real time. But it's very impressive as a replay. So you would have seen it a few seconds captured, a shot, a good play captured, and then replayed at the halftime break. We think we can help together, I think, the industry, this technology get to the next level. When you get close up, for instance, every point on this point cloud becomes a piece of data that's visible, and you really get this kind of green halo ghost image if you get too close to the action. Now, obviously what we've been talking about is real-time and real-time graphic overlays. So we could take that point cloud. I'm not sure we'd put Arnold Schwarzenegger on top of it, but we did use Arnold Schwarzenegger when we did Terminator Genesis, and we recreated Arnie as a Terminator 30 years after he shot the movie and did the whole thing in wireframe. So we could create a digital Arnie. We could also create a digital LeBron using the point cloud as a frame of reference for a real-time graphic overlay using some of the technology that we've just been demonstrating in Game Engine. For sports, it's pretty impressive. It would enable us to do a number of different things. The viewer can go to any part of the game and pause it and watch from any different angle, zooming in or around it. There's already technology that we've been seeing. It was demonstrated at the Monaco F1 Grand Prix and at the Long Beach Grand Prix to get into a car in VR and drive the circuit in VR using a game engine. Microsoft put out a teaser video that's excellent about sports and fantasy football and how you could watch that on your coffee table from a God's eye perspective. And lastly, really go crazy. Can we alter the game ourselves? Can we jump into the replay and execute that perfect shot the way it should have been done the first time? So I'm going to wrap. Really appreciate the time, and thank you very much.
Tim, don't head back to Cabo yet.
hey.
He just joined us from a digital detox on the beach, and we threw him right back into the fire on stage.
I was in Cabo having a great time, but anyways, it's a whole other story.
But I do have a question, because I absolutely loved your car demo. I'm obsessed with racing. I used to have my racing show, so anything cars, and I'm perking up. But what is it going to take for these immersive technologies and so many more to actually be in living rooms across the country, and how soon will we see it?
Sure. So there's kind of two ways to answer that question. The first is, what we've got backstage is a really, really high-end PC. But in 3 to 5 years, it could be a mid-range games console. So you could wait, we could go there. Now, getting there faster is going to require cloud computing. It's going to require low latency, high uptime, high bandwidth infrastructure that we can deploy across the country. So we're hoping that comes along as well, because the capital for us, capital is always constrained. We're always thinking about every penny, and having things that we can do from the cloud sometimes is the way to do it.
So maybe a few more billion spent from some of these.
We'd welcome that. That'd be fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Tim.
Appreciate
Tim
it.
Dodd.
Thank you.
So simply sitting on your couch and watching a show on television, while yes, there still will be a place for that, interactive entertainment will be so much bigger than passive entertainment in the near future. And how stories are told and how they're delivered will be forever changed because of that. In fact, new voices will emerge that will become the superstars of this new interactive medium. But how this new interactive entertainment platform will emerge is not just a matter of technology, surprisingly. It's actually a matter of human nature. It's a question of what will people want to do with their time, and how will they choose to do it in the near future? And that's where Ted Chilowitz, futurist for 20th Century Fox, actually comes in. People think that he's a technologist, when in fact, he actually studies human nature. And he's here to explain why it's human nature that will really determine how interactive entertainment will reshape how we create and tell stories. And he'll talk about the new voices that will carry it forward. So please welcome Ted Chilowitz.
Everybody, you guys ready to shake things up a little bit? Okay. So the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is stand up for me for a second, if you don't mind. You've been sitting for a while in stasis, and part of what happens to our bodies when we're sitting for a while is we lose control of the other part of our body. So one of the things I want you to think about as you read this, the augmented and virtualized human, some musings about where we're headed and why, is I'm going to take things in a little bit of a different direction for you guys. I want you to have a really strong realization of this indelible link between this part of our body and this part of our body. Just the act of standing up has changed this presentation dynamic a little bit. So my name is Ted. I'm going to ask you all, and you can do this all at once. What is your names? That's a lot of data, right? You all just threw a lot of data at me, and now you have to somehow interpolate that. And that's an interesting moment that you all experienced. Now we're going to try another little experiment. As Kim mentioned, I'm a futurist at a very large movie studio, 20th Century Fox. And we are one of those big clients that works with Paul's technology and Technicolor MPC, the Mills technology. And we're those guys that spend billions of dollars to enable all this stuff to become real. And we're honored to be a part of that world. So as a futurist, I'm going to make a prediction. We'll see if I'm at 100% correct saturation. I'm going to predict that everybody in this room has something called a smartphone. Correct? If so, take it out, hold it up. Kim, are you still around? Can you help me for a minute? Or did you run away? If not, I can get somebody else to help me. Come back for a second, Kim, if you're still here. If not, I might have Paul come up. Come up for a second, Paul. Right? Everybody's got one? Now, I'm going to say that this is not just a smartphone. This is actually your personal mobile robot. And we're going to talk about that for a minute. We're going to show you what it feels like in a second by a short experiment. So what I'm going to ask you to do is look at your neighbor and swap phones with them. Now, I've done this a lot of times with a lot of different audiences, some very large. Now take that new phone that you have and put it in your pocket or your purse. Thanks, Paul. You can go sit down. Keep my phone. Okay. You can all sit down now. This is a very, very typical reaction that I get. Now start to feel what's going on with your humanity, with your human nature. The fact that you are linked to that little device in a way that maybe you didn't think of day to day, but trust me, you're thinking about it now. Now that it's no longer in your possession, right? And that's what we're going to talk about. So see how long you can hold out. It's kind of an interesting experiment. Here's something else I want you to think about. I told you it was going to be a little different. I warned you, right? If you, let's say, ended up in prison tonight for some odd reason, it's more likely that that's going to happen to me than you, but for some odd reason. Other than like your home phone as a kid that you grew up and maybe one friend, would you know how to dial anybody else's phone number without your robot? Do you know the digits of 20 or 30 people that you would call to rescue you? Probably not, right? Your robot has taken over that function. If you were going to, right, it has a mapping of all that. We no longer use phones the way we used to. If you were going to drive anywhere today, when was the last time, and be authentic and think about this, the last time you drove without punching in navigation, even to a place that you know how to get to? Because you want to see what your computer robot, what Waze or Google Maps tells you is the best route. You've given up some control to this virtualized, augmented world. I'm trying to draw some real-world parables that kind of make this all lock in your head, right? So this is a really good quote, and I think this is valuable for this conference in a lot of ways. So even if you're on the right track, you will get run over if you just sit there. That's from a famous movie cowboy, and interestingly enough, if you do a little research on him, amazing technologist named Will Rogers. Movie guy, but did a lot more. He was also the mayor of Beverly Hills for a little while. Fascinating guy. It's a really good quote, something to think about as we kind of go through the next 15 minutes of our lives here. So here's some statistics. This is kind of the only thing you'll have to read about my presentation. The rest will be sort of pictures and thoughts. This is from research back in 2013, that 4 out of 5 smartphone users check their phones within the first 15 minutes of waking up in the day. I would postulate now, 2017, it's probably the first 2 or 3 minutes, right? You take it out. Now I've got Paul's. You take it out and you check it. It's usually sitting by your bed, right? So she's kind of happy about it. They're a little less, happy, and they're getting a little less happy about that, right? 80% of the people, I would postulate that this is well over 90%, probably 97% now, say it's the first thing you do in the morning. Think about it. Raise your hand if that's kind of the first thing you do in the morning is check your phone, right? That's a robotic function that you've allowed to happen in your life. Almost 80% in 2013 say they have their personal robot, I've got Paul's personal robot, on their body, on their waking being for all but 2 hours a day. I would say in 2017, it's probably about 12 to 16 minutes a day while you're up. The only time you don't have it is probably when you're in the shower. Think about it, right? So what does all this mean? Where are we going with all this? I want to show you this little video. Some of you know this video. This is kind of famous. All right, watch this for a second. It's got
one
some
more
sound.
now. Oh, there you go. Better angle. Oh, check it. Did that come out okay?
That's the best one of the 300 pictures I've taken of myself today.
Every girl in the picture is locked into her phone.
Oh, Lord.
Every single one is dialed in. Welcome to parenting in 2015. They're all just completely transfixed by the technology. David Peralta. Oh, hold on. I'd take a selfie with the hot dog. Selfie with the churro. Selfie just of a selfie.
Okay. So that's fun to watch, right? Those adorable young women are showing us a part of humanity and a part of human nature. But here's what's really interesting. There's a little more to that story that you're not seeing. What really was happening there is the reporters on that baseball broadcast were making fun of those lovely young ladies, but actually they were the ones from a commercial reason that actually kicked that off.
And while maybe they'll tweet us their fan photo, BB. Now's the time,
right?
Fans. Get on the Twitter with a hashtag.
They were asked to be a part of that behavior. So everybody was making fun of it, but should we really be making fun of? The folks that asked them. This stuff, right? When all of these people are at this sporting event, they're not really at this sporting event. They're at an augmented version of this sporting event. If you go behind the stage here, it looks a lot like this. It's a fully augmented universe that we're using with all these monitors and all these control panels and all of these things to create our version of reality. And it's an important thing to think about. This is a picture of a Starbucks from last week. Look at that. if you're old enough as I am, now I'm this weird guy, you've already noticed, I'm like a 16-year-old boy trapped in a 50-year-old body, right? But this is a fascinating comment on humanity, on what we do with these robotic devices that have sucked our life into them, and we use them in social spaces. So here's the question. Will we go here next? Is this what's going to happen? Part of the answer is yes. But part of the answer and part of the job of being the futurist is sort of to understand how to expect the unexpected. This is actually relatively expected. And this isn't exactly where I think it's going to go. This is what I call the BOF, box on face syndrome. This is where, in virtual reality, and this is not a knock on what this is, but this is remarkable stuff, but the humanity of this is actually fundamentally and functionally wrong. The idea of putting something on our face and kind of locking out the world is one way to sort of move into the future, but I don't think it's a long-term vision of the future. And if you ask people that are way more important like me, one of the guys that invested billions in this is a guy named Mark Zuckerberg, and ask him, and he's been very public about this, he doesn't think this is the future either, and they're already working on a different vision of that future. This is the mobile side of it, but still essentially box on face, right? We're at an interesting point where this is starting to become commercialized, it's starting to become viable, there's a lot of content coming out, companies like ours in the entertainment space are experimenting with these, but the point is for this audience, this is not actually the future. This is the past, and this is today. So let me give you a little background as to why this sort of maybe makes sense to me, and you'll be like, why would they invite this guy up on stage? So really, I'm a futurist, right? Well, what gives me the right to be up here? How come you guys aren't up here and I'm over there? So I had to think about this once on stage for an audience, and I actually kind of came to an odd conclusion as to how this has happened in my life. I grew up here, more specifically here, which I refer to very simply as the funnel of crazy, okay? So every time you hear a news story that says, and in this unique little tidbit, you're like, you know where this is going. Okay, it's going to happen in Florida. If it's nuts, it's going to happen in Florida. That's where I grew up. As a little kid, we moved from Brooklyn, as this funny little Jewish kid, and got dropped into this in Florida in the early 70s. It was a little scary. It was a little racist. It was nothing like what you think Central Florida is now. 1 year later, as a young boy, my entire world turned around, and it became this. And I grew up in a world of dynamic, fundamental, constant change. I saw one world completely transform in front of my eyes, and I lived it for a big part of my life. I literally lived in the future. And I got to experiment it, and I got to be a part of it. And I got to get very, very comfortable with the idea of change being more interesting than stasis. New things being more interesting than things that are hanging. Which is what, when you guys were talking about all these new things and game engines and stuff, this is what inspires me today, and why we're doing so many interesting things in our world at 20th Century Fox. So that's a little background. And then I went on to kind of help build these things. I was the first employee of this camera company that Paul used to shoot that stuff for show, which is amazing, and built a lot of stuff that enabled an industry. And these were all projects that were very disruptive and pushing a big rock up a big hill until suddenly it started rolling down on its own, and I was like, okay, I'm on to the next thing. And that's what I got a chance to do. So I've been a lucky cat in that way. Now, I want to talk to you about something that I think you'll reflect on, and this will be important when you start to understand where I think we're going with entertainment. So you've heard the word immersion a few times today. You hear a lot of people talking about immersive entertainment, right? When you get immersed in a story. And I want to draw a slightly different dynamic of where I think entertainment is actually headed for a big portion of this dynamic, is something that I call spatial entertainment, which is actually different than immersion. If you go into a giant movie screen, movie theater, you can get immersed in the story. It's a wonderful experience. But if you can use, this is why I had you get up and why I had you transfer your phones. By the way, just so you don't forget, now good time to give your phones back. Because it would be really problematic if you walked out of here without your robot, right? Spatial entertainment is different than immersive entertainment because you get your physicality into it. It starts to become more real. This is why we call it virtual reality, as opposed to just virtual looking at stuff. So this is an interesting point in time. I presume a lot of you, or if you have kids, you've watched your kids play something called the Wii, the Nintendo Wii. This product was much more transformational than people give it credit for, because up until then, video games were essentially use a controller and you moved around on stuff. But when the Nintendo Wii came out, they started to give you the first glimpse at spatial entertainment, where you weren't playing a game anymore. Grandma was bowling in the living room, right? You were playing tennis in your rec room. You were playing baseball. You were playing golf. You were virtualizing entertainment in a spatial way where you started to feel space. But there was still a layer that didn't fully get you there. You were watching a screen in front of you, right? And you were all wondering, when would spatial entertainment take that next turn? So that's kind of what's happening now, right? Virtual reality is not a new thing by any stretch of the imagination. It has been around for a long time, and my theme park background and this whole life living inside a theme park and understanding spatial entertainment has been very core to how I do my work at Fox. Because a ride moves you through time and space. You don't just sit and watch it, you are actually involved in it. Your body is involved in it, right? So if you look at these articles, that one's, what does it say? 1998, VR goes mass market. This was the first turn at the wheel. Didn't quite happen because of technology, but more because humanity actually wasn't quite ready for it. Now we're much, much closer, and that point that I was giving you about this augmented little beast that lives in your pocket, this robotic little beast, is a big part of why we are actually softened up for this. We're now ready. We're more ready to move into this type of entertainment than we were 20, 25 years ago. Does anybody disagree with that? Good, making sure I'm still being relevant here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our projects, some of our swings at bat. What we're doing in this thing called the Fox Innovation Lab at 20th Century Fox in Los Angeles is we've been experimenting with forms of entertainment and learning to be self-critical. This was the first thing we did a few years back, an uncommon, sort of interesting choice for our first swing. It was an independent movie, Searchlight, small movie that we did a virtual reality 360 experience for. It had 2 major stars in it, Reese Witherspoon and Laura Dern, and it became a hit. We took it to Sundance, we took it to CES, and that year at CES was like 3 years ago, it became the story at CES. It's like people were like, enough with 4K monitors. We know we can do 4K monitors. What Fox is doing in this new lab that they started is actually experimenting with new types of storytelling. It was our first swing at bat. Then a year later, we went back and did this. And this was a much more ambitious project that we worked with a bunch of different technology companies and game engine companies to make something that is a full immersive game-like narrative story experience. And we put it inside of a motion chair, and it became sort of like a theme park experience, except you could take it anywhere. It's now out in mass distribution for this small but growing market on all the different platforms for VR, which is the Oculus Rift, the PlayStation VR, and the Vive. And there's more coming. So people often ask that haven't had a chance to do it, what does it look like? Why do we do this? And I'm going to show you what I mean by spatial entertainment. Remember the Wii reference, and then watch this little clip. And you'll see why we think this is interesting stuff.
So I'm not supposed to be doing anything right now, right?
Cool.
I'm going to give you controllers. Oh, sorry.
That is so freaky, and by that I mean awesome.
Oh my god! Ah, this is so cool! I'm in a spacesuit! Whoa.
I'm in. You're down.
Mom, I'm Matt Damon.
I'm really bad at this.
Oh. Oh, hi.
This is the most awesome thing that's ever happened to me.
Glad you like it.
That was amazing. That was amazing.
That's it. How was it?
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so that gives you a sense. Do you see what's happening? They're not just watching it, they're living it, right? They're involved in it. And this sort of glee and joy that happens with this kind of entertainment is different than other entertainment. But we're still on the early side of this curve. We're still just a few years into this current iteration of virtual reality starting to become something, and we're using tools that are actually relatively primitive to achieve the objectives. It's going to get a lot better, and it's going to force multiply pretty quickly as we start to kind of get over these thresholds. So in the evolution of our world, we've created a new division of the company that we call Fox Next. So now, right along with Fox News and Fox Sports and Fox Television, FNG Group, and Fox Movies, we have a group that's focused on gaming in all of its forms, location-based entertainment, aka theme park style entertainment, and virtual reality and augmented reality. And we think this is a great next step. We have 2 projects that are announced. We've got another 5 or 6 in the works that are secret, and we're working on a bunch of original content. We're really starting to explore what this business can be. And we're starting to experiment. We're working with all our partners like Technicolor and MPC. So we just released yesterday the first piece of Alien, which supports the movie that's coming out, and it's from the point of view of the birthed alien. It's quite horrifying. You can see it on Rift and Gear VR today, if you want. And then we're working on a very, very ambitious piece around Planet of the Apes for a VR experience around Planet of the Apes. We also support all types of other parts of our entities at Fox. So we're kind of this sort of dragonfly that helps everybody try and succeed and work on things. Right here in DC, there's Nat Geo, which is now part of Fox, and we did this really interesting piece with Obama. We did a comedy piece with Sunny. We're doing stuff with Fox Sports, with creating these live sort of man cave, fan cave experiences inside VR. And we did this really, really interesting piece around 24 Legacy that the production team from 24 got deeply involved in and made this really interesting immersive piece. So we're kind of touching a lot of things, which is I just wanted to bring up. That's a little bit of the plug of what we do. Now think about some of these dynamics and remember what's in your pocket today, right? And what you use more than probably anything else to move through your data life. This is kind of an interesting, I just kind of hunted around to sort of think about how quickly change is. And these are really good examples from the 70s to the mid-2000s, right? As we move through technology, here's another good image of that. As we move through the technology curve and things are dynamically changing. And we're using different tools. You guys are pointing, remember these things? Yeah, you're like, yeah, remember that? That actually wasn't all that long ago, right? The next step is potentially coming. And actually, this conference is very, very smart that they've brought some folks doing what I think is the next smart step. So are we going to go here next? This is when we evolve out of the box on face. This is a more powerful, more evolved tool that I think is going to be the lightning rod and start to really push these worlds together in really, really interesting dynamic ways. When you start to think about this device that you use a lot, right? I know you use it a lot. Some of you are using it to take a picture of this thing right now, right? And you think about this thing called the 20% rule. Do you guys know what the 20% rule is? This is the 20% rule. You're all day long walking around the real world looking down at this thing at a 20-degree angle, right? So when you think about when it gets right enough, when it gets more correct, more nimble, more logical to wear it rather than hold it or pseudo-wear it, like we're pretending to wear it all the time. We're holding it up to our face and we're kind of monkeying around with it, right? When it gets proper enough that it makes more sense to do that than this, that will happen a day when you will leave your iPhone or Android phone at home and you will not have the holy shit moment, I left my phone at home. You will not freak out because you'll have something better. You'll have something more evolved. You'll have something that can give you a universe and give you a world. And I'm not going to remember the name of the company, but they're right over there, and they're doing some really interesting stuff. And I recommend everybody go see it before the end of the day, showing you what that interface can look like. When you can wear an interface where suddenly this restricted piece of real estate, this little piece of shard of glass that we try and imagine will be big, when we put it on our face, it can actually be big. It can be gigantic, and you can have multiple versions and multiple windows, and you can start to break through some of the barriers of technology that we're living in now. So we've done some really interesting things. We're working with all kinds of different companies from a studio standpoint. We're working very closely with Microsoft on their HoloLens project, and they've got a lot of initiatives there. We're working very closely with Magic Leap, which you've probably heard of. It's a very interesting, sort of stealthy company. I spent a lot of time down there. And we're working very closely with a company called ODG, which is an augmented reality system that Fox made a very big investment in and has actually been guiding some of their progress and suggesting things that they should be doing to help in the entertainment and wellness and good for the world space. So here's a question for you all. Who would say they're kind of ready for this? Are you ready to wear something for like a couple hours a day? So like half of you? Let me take you one more step to the future. This is where it gets a little scary, a little dystopian. If I could tell you that at some point in time there'll be a patch, like a little Nicorette patch, you'll be able to put it on your temple. You'll be able to take it off whenever you want, we hope, we think, right? But you won't have to wear anything. There will be no physical embodiment of this. It'll just be this thing that you put on, and you will have a world that comes to life. It sounds like science fiction. It is not science fiction. There are people working on this kind of stuff right now. And I can give you lots of other examples of things that will go right onto our retinas, various experimentations of drawing light onto our eyes in ways that are really unique and really special. So I'm pretty ready, but I'm an odd duck, right, as you can tell. So this is augmented today. Right? Just another example of all the things we do as humans today that are softening us, that are getting ready. Every time you watch a sporting event on Fox or any other network in the world, you're seeing an augmented version of that football game. We're drawing lines all over the field. If you're a PGA Tour fan, you are watching this TrackMan stuff to see where the ball is going. Every sport, and of course, Pokemon Go needs no introduction, right? But it's not really AR yet. It's mobile AR-like. But when you get to wear it, and it's no longer this restricted space, it's a monster win. So these are things that just sort of set the stage for where we're headed with the technology sphere. I'm going to wrap up by showing you a couple of videos from my friends down at Magic Leap. This one is a simulation, and they actually got a little bit of flack for this because they were like, well, that's not really real. Weta created this like artificial fantasy thing. And what I would be telling people, because I've been there a number of times, I said, no, even though this is a simulation, this is exactly what it's like. So watch this for like 30 seconds. Okay? So you're like, yeah, I get it, but that's not really what it's like, right? Well, guess what? This video is, and it actually says it in their little disclaimer there, this is actually shot through their tech with a traditional camera. So look at how close it is to what their simulation was from Weta. It's pretty fascinating. And what's cool about this little conference is you can see a HoloLens version of that right over there, right behind that black wall, right behind that black curtain. So I recommend you go check it out. Because there's a lot of people experimenting with a user interface, a productivity interface, that is suddenly transparent and everywhere when you wear it. It can be as big or small as you want. You can have multiple things working. So think about your desktop computer, your laptop computer, your mobile phone. Imagine you could virtualize that and remove its physical embodiment, remove the restriction of the fact that it's a physical thing.
The New Zealander Edmund Hillary got his first mail and congratulatory telegrams from George Lowe, a fellow countryman and expedition colleague. Just 35 miles from Kathmandu, capital of Nepal, Hillary and Ten Singh were welcomed and congratulated by their fellow members of the expedition.
So this goes on for a little while. You can hunt this down on the web if you want and see how they do it. But this is really the real thing. This is what it actually looks like. So it's not all that secretive. Like it's really happening. And this is what they're doing. So we're working with 3 or 4 different companies that are doing experiments in this vein. So what I really do is I have this really unique job at the studio where I get to explore sort of the dark edges, where the cobwebs are and where this cool stuff might be hanging out. It never happens in the middle. It always happens on the edges first, and then it starts to sort of find its centrist world. So my advice to all of you, which I give to everybody that's interested in what I do and looking to explore new things, is be bold, be brave, take risks. It's all fine. Be willing to explore the real edges of what's out there, because you just never know what you might find. That's what we're up to at Fox, and that's what I do every day. So thanks.
Work is turning into a little more like play, especially with all the tools that we now have in our toolbox and the tools that are yet to come. And one of my favorite tools for work, turns out, is actually Phil's favorite tool for work, which is a video conferencing tool. It's called Zoom. And in fact, it's one of the favorite tools for video conferencing for a lot of the big names in Silicon Valley, because Zoom just got $100 million in funding from some of those biggest names because of Eric Yuan, who's the CEO and founder of Zoom, his vision for the future of video conferencing. Eric, thank you so much for joining us all the way from Silicon Valley.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Phil. Hello, everyone. I'm the Eric Yuan. I'm the founder and CEO of Zoom Video Communications. Our company, Zoom, is based in San Jose, California. We are a 6-year-old startup company and we offer the best video conferencing service. Over 500,000 businesses are using Zoom today, and 50% of Fortune 50 companies are also using Zoom. 90% of top 200 nationwide universities are also using Zoom. When it comes to video, audio, and screen sharing quality, ease of use, and rich collaboration feature set, Zoom can really deliver happiness to the users. Our vision is to help to bring in video conferencing into a mainstream service to allow anyone, anywhere, with any device to connect with others, to collaborate, to accomplish more. With video conferencing, employees are more engaged and your productivity will be up. Video conferencing is about getting closer. It is more focused and more effective. It is also about reducing costs, travel, and environmental impact. Overall, video conferencing like Zoom can have a huge positive impact to the world and to people's lives. We are working very hard to make a video conferencing a frictionless experience. We truly believe most of the real-time communication down the road are video enabled.
So, Eric, one of the things that we've been talking about here at the Near Future Conference is really around the role of virtual reality. What is your take on the role of VR on the future of collaboration and how that impacts work?
Well, we are extremely excited about AR technology. I'm sorry I can't be there physically today, so I have to join via Zoom video conference. Kim and Phil, I have not seen you for a while. I so wish I could be there to shake your hands or to give you each a hug. But too bad I cannot do this with the Zoom video conferencing yet. So imagine in the future, we are both wearing smart AR glasses, and together with a touch sensor, we will have a unique and a different experience. Just like being physically together, we will have the same level of in-person sense of touch if I were to shake your hand. So ultimately, we truly believe the experience gap between a physical in-person meeting and online video conferencing will be smaller and smaller by leveraging AR technology.
Now, one of the things that's getting a lot of conversation in the Valley, and I know you've been a part of some of these conversations, is the role of artificial intelligence. There's a lot of misinformation that's out there, but you and I know we've had this conversation with regards to your interest in applying artificial intelligence to collaboration. So share with the audience here just a little bit your thoughts on what that looks like.
Sure. So when it comes to artificial intelligence or machine learning, it can really help to improve our productivity. With more than 18 billion minutes spent on Zoom every year, quite often our customers want to know how productive and effective these meetings are, and how to improve the meeting experience and get the audience engaged. The problem is that when you talk via online video conferencing like Zoom, an audience members may wonder, or you may not be aware of this. You may not know if they are interested with your topic you presented or not. With machine learning and AI technology, and based on the analysis of your facial expression, your eye movement, and body language, we will be able to determine how engaged the meeting audience is. And after every meeting, we can give you a meeting engagement score and also share with you where you can improve the meeting experience. For example, if one spoke too fast or did not solicit questions before changing to a new topic, and so on and so forth. So I truly believe AI can make the meeting experience better, can make our lives better and easier.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So if I'm a CIO of a major corporation, for every single Zoom video conference meeting that occurs, I would get a full report as to whether or not my employees were engaged or not.
That's exactly right.
Wow. That's pretty amazing. So I'm really curious. I bet you have a couple of your customers here with you right now. You have Bill with Project Echo. Let's start with you. That's pretty exciting technology. I bet you can't wait to get some of that analysis.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I mean, part of, you know, I'm Bill Zarlett. I'm the Senior Technology and Innovation Officer for Project Echo. You know, my job is a technologist, a futurist, a computer scientist, an engineer, and most importantly, a recovering engineering professor who made the really smart decision to bring in Zoom to Project Echo in 2013. You know, before we talk about the future, I just, you know, just a little bit about Echo. You know, this is a worldwide movement that spans health and the education space. You know, we use multi-point video conferencing to demonopolize knowledge and amplify the capacity to provide best practice care for underserved people all over the world. Echo's founder was Dr. Sanjeev Arora. He's a hepatologist who had an 8-month waiting period in 2003 to treat patients with hepatitis C, which was a health crisis for New Mexico. With Zoom's help, Dr. Aurora's wait time is now 2 weeks, 8 months to 2 weeks, and he gets to see the sickest of the sick patients like a hepatologist should. So the Echo movement in New Mexico has really succeeded in building the capacity for health professionals to treat a large percentage of the HCV patients in their local communities in culturally appropriate settings. Now, through Zoom's strong partnership with Echo, the Echo movement, we've now expanded to cover almost 100 countries. And we've, 100 common, chronic, and complex diseases. We're in 23 countries. And in December of 2016, we had the bipartisan, bicameral Echo Act signed into law. So what, you know, for the future, Echo's built and Zoom are both built on standards. You know, the required meeting equipment for a Zoom meeting is standards. You can get it on Amazon or eBay, and it plays well on iOS and Android devices. So this is significant because it enabled Echo to move from provisioning room systems that took 6, 12, and 18 months to get everything in place end to end to 6, 12, and 18 seconds. And our growth just took off. So Eric's rock solid engineering team and Echo are continuing to collaborate because in low bandwidth countries like India, Vietnam, Namibia, I hear comments daily, Zoom just works. So the future is really bright as we look to expand the use of Zoom into dozens of new countries. We're looking to connect the healthcare professionals in these rural areas with health centers. We're going to work really closely with Zoom on to expand the use of their webinar technology. We're going to build on integration with their electronic health records. We're looking at the AR and the VR. And we want to integrate really closely with Echo's AI tools to provide real-time decision support during teleecho clinics and in many, many other areas.
It's really a good point that he brought out that it's also HIPAA compliant.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is very rare.
And actually, that's a new thing that Zoom just announced is with the encryption, that it is HIPAA compliant for telehealth, which can have a huge impact on just the reach of Echo, those kinds of things. So
it's exactly correct because our information security officer was at first really skeptical. You're going to go into the cloud and do video conferencing, but when they saw the end-to-end encryption, they said we have no problem with Zoom, and they signed it off. So the impact of the Echo Zoom partnership is that it's going to help us positively impact the lives of 1 billion people by the year 2025.
Perfect. Amazing. So, Ben McDougall, I'd like to bring you in. You're using video collaboration as a way to bring together creatives literally from all over the place to come together and deliver high impact, in your case, video, audio work for the creative industry. So, Ben, why don't you share a little bit about how you're using these kinds of collaboration tools?
And I bet AR is going to help you a lot.
It absolutely will. Well, I'm Ben McDougall, lead artist with Theory Studios, and we are the world's first entirely virtual visual effects and animation studio. Theory Studios was founded in 2013 by David Andrade and Mark Olson, with the goal of hiring the best talent from all over the world working under one virtual roof. And since then, Theory's worked on such hit shows as Silicon Valley, The Good Wife, and Man in the High Castle. Now, being an entirely virtual studio, Zoom has been a game changer that helped Mark and David's vision succeed. We have artists on 4 continents, and for many of them, working in the VFX industry was just a pipe dream. Now, Zoom allows them to review, share, and critique their work at the video and audio quality required for modern shows and movies. And that's a big thing. Even when the artist is located in a small village in Argentina or a small town in Australia, they're able to work as if in the same room as the supervisor in Los Angeles and a producer in Ontario. And the expansion that Zoom has provided is virtually immeasurable. Theory has gone from 2 artists to 24, all the while being able to compete with established studios with fixed locations. And with AR and VR technology coming down the pipe, Theory will be able to leverage the technologies for even greater integration and expansion. I'm really looking forward to this. It will be great.
Hey, Ben, Bob, Eric, really appreciate you taking the time and joining us here today, here at the New Future Conference.
And thank you so much, Phil, for joining me on this segment. Now you can see why this is our favorite tool in our toolbox for work. It's pretty exciting. But now that we've told you a little bit about the future of video conferencing, why don't we show you what it's going to look like in the not so distant future? Zoom, call Mary.
So in the near future, we're going to be able to share content and designs in 3 dimensions live with people far away. We'll be able to activate changes through intuitive voice command. Spin. Stop. Change trim color to teal. And we'll be able to immerse ourselves in other people's environments. We'll be able to manipulate and change physical elements of our designs that we create simply by gestures. The computer will calibrate and adjust for accuracy so that our ideas are both useful and accurate at the same time. AI is going to make collaboration and problem solving immediate and dynamic. For example, if I'm designing a shoe, I might ask, what is the optimal tread that would combine road and trail usage for a training shoe? By using both human and computer data and collaboration, we can design better products. The computer added a component that makes traction better on trails without compromising performance on the road. In the future, computers are going to augment our ideas and concepts. They will help us generate a novel idea or solution in ways never before imagined.
Well, from remote collaboration to co-creation, the next iterative in work is to get people around the world to come together and design something that has game-changing potential. And that's exactly what Local Motors is doing. Local Motors is changing the way products are designed and are built. Why compete with other companies for the best talent that you want under your roof? And why spend millions on an acqui-hire? Why not simply create a challenge online and send it off into the world and empower some of the most talented designers, developers, and engineers across the planet to co-create the ultimate electric shuttle, for example. Oh, and offer them a little bit of royalties for it, too. That's exactly what Local Motors did. And its shuttle, called Ollie, designed by a 24-year-old from Colombia and powered by IBM Watson, is the first autonomous shuttle on the market. Please welcome Locomotor's Chief Strategy Officer, Justin Fishkin.
Thanks. And thanks, Kim. So I'm really excited to be here today, especially to talk to this crowd and folks representing this industry. It's been something I've hoped to do for a long time because I think what's going on now in manufacturing, what we're calling Industry 4.0, is something that you have a big role, a big part to play in. And so this represents, this slide, about 100 years of an industrial revolution. Locomotors was founded with the thought, what would Henry Ford have done differently had the internet existed when he founded the company? And what we see here is, while this is the same amount of time where, give or take, in which you went from telegraph to smartphone, the products that are coming off the line of an automotive manufacturer are still relatively similar to what we were doing over 100 years ago. We all know that electric vehicles have existed since even before Henry Ford. And what we found is the innovations have come in very small increments and have taken a long time. And so it's become potentially the biggest industry in the world, if not the biggest, one of the top 2 or 3. And what we see because of that is adjacent industries that require a lot of capital investment and that make it hard to get out of the cycle of 7-year lead times to put out a new product and watching technology cycles that are much faster than that. The technology that's going into this upstream is much more advanced than we're able to put into the vehicle today in any amount of time that makes it relevant to the consumer. So the other piece of this is that this should never happen. The World Health Organization says that the leading cause of death for 15 to 29-year-olds in the world is automotive accidents. And 50% of them are what they call vulnerable road users, people who are on a bike, people who are on a motorbike, or pedestrians. About 1.5 million people die globally every year in vehicles. And this is relative to the other causes of death, cancer, lung disease, heart disease. This is low-hanging fruit. It's expensive. There's 100 years of history behind it, but we can save a lot of lives in the vehicular space. And so Locomotors was really founded about how do we change the paradigm of making, not how do we invent the latest electric motor or how do we produce an airbag. It was really about how do we fundamentally look at the tools we have today and start anew. And it was about fixing complexity. This is the world's first 3D printed car. It has 50 components in it. If you look at most cars on the road, there's about 20,000 components coming from as many as 500 suppliers. And you got to make a lot of them to amortize your cost and make that money back. What we see in that industry, or the OEMs, they make and then they sell. And we sort of flipped that on the head and said, we'll sell and then we'll make, because we can just make one at a time. And we'll talk about that in a minute. So our founder, Jay Rogers, really based our business on 2 primary components. The first is co-creation. If you think of Facebook and the internet as a revolution in communication, we really believe that we're moving into an era, and we've heard a lot about it today, of a revolution in collaboration. And that sounds, really nice to say, but in a world where, well, I'll get to that point in a second, but what you see here is about 7,000 people who initially helped design our first car in 2009, the Rally Fighter. And they did it in a distributed manner. And so what allows them to do that is that ones and zeros can now be turned into a physical good, right? So the collaboration can happen in the cloud, in a CAD model, like you see here. And then that data can be sent somewhere else, and that good can be made. And so co-creators are engineers, designers, vendors, fabricators around the world that don't work for Locomotors, who participate in bringing our vehicles to market. And what that means is we're totally open from the beginning. Before we know what we're going to make, we're asking both our customer as well as who sometimes overlap, our co-creators, what they want. And so you'll see in 2012, we integrated new technologies from Intel and IBM into our Rally Fighter vehicle. You can see this vehicle this weekend if you go see the Fast and the Furious movie. It's Letty's Letty's car, it markets itself because so many people were involved in the process, and what we've become is a rapid integrator of technology. Here are some of our challenge winners. These gentlemen, and we have plenty of women in our community. I just was showing off these vehicles today, so please don't think that I didn't notice that, but these were some of the vehicles I wanted to show you. If you look at the top, for you, the top left, Sang-ho Kim was a young South Korean student who developed the Rally Fighter and gets paid a royalty for every unit he makes. Victor, or Edgar Sarmiento, who's standing next to the Ollie on the top right, is a 24-year-old Colombian student who submitted a winning design for Ollie and got paid a big check when we debuted it here in DC, or actually National Harbor, and earns a royalty for every one we sell. And what co-creation has shown us, I've compared here locomotors in the light blue, that Rally Fighter, the first vehicle we put out, to Tesla, to the Chevy Volt. So it's the Tesla Model S, the Chevy Volt, and to BMW's i3, is that we're able to bring a vehicle to market with the help of the world in about a fifth the time has ever been possible, and with about 100 times less capital. It took us $3 million to put that vehicle on the highway, versus most vehicle programs cost about $3 billion. And it's because we brought so many more people to the table, is our view. It's like what happened with Linux. With enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow, as Linus Torvald said. Bill Joy, the founder of Sun Microsystems, said, no matter who you are, the smartest people work for somebody else. That's really ingrained in our DNA. And what somebody from Tesla or BMW often comes up to me at a conference and will say after I present the slide is, yeah, but you guys can't make 1 million units, so this isn't fair. You're deceiving people. And that gets to the next piece of our business, which is micro-manufacturing. We make vehicles in small volume locally for local use cases. Why do we do that? This sounds like totally against the way we've been taught. If you look at the current construct of the industry, it takes about 7 years to bring a vehicle to market if you're starting with a new system, right down to the materials suppliers. The best companies now can do it in about 5, and they'll tell you they do it in 3 or 4. And it's because they have this entire value chain of, bring it into 1 or 2 factories, all the different pieces, make a whole bunch of them, distribute it to their network, and then you have to sell them. For us, basically our microfactories, which are 50,000 square foot facilities in city centers or just outside, we've brought in our logistics and our suppliers right into our microfactories, as well as our customer. And like I said, we're only making things once they've been sold, and they're totally flexible. So this microfactory could make 3,000 cars a year if we were just making cars there. But we make what the consumer wants, and it allows the local community to come in and participate in saying these are the use cases we have. My intro to your industry is really through somebody who, over the last decade, has been a mentor to me, Blair Levin, who, with the work he's done with Google Fiber, the work he's done with the National Broadband Plan, and with GigU, he came, and I don't want to speak for him, but what I learned from him was he came to this understanding that a lot of decisions get made in City Hall about these capabilities that have benefits for a local community that make a tremendous impact. And so as we move this into, what we see is there's not a community in the United States that isn't asking for a microfactory, specifically because they're tired of exporting jobs to import vehicles, and they're tired of exporting wealth to import fuel. What this also allows is you to make vehicles that run on the fuel sources or feedstocks you have locally. It's not, the thing with energy is right now, at least the way I see it, it's not a supply side issue, it's a demand side issue. It's like you can't use that fuel, why make it? And so communities have had to run on oil. So this is the first 3D printed car. This came in 2014, a partnership with Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Took us 44 hours to print this car then. It's one piece. It's a unibody plus the chassis as you might think about it. And essentially we're integrating the technology after the fact. So we can be rapid integrators of technology. we call it upgradable hardware because we're local, because it's not coming from Detroit or from Ulsan, Korea, or from Japan or from Frankfurt. You're able to bring it back to us. We can strip off the technology. We can chop up that material. It's recyclable, and we can put new technology into your vehicle rapidly. So this is our Knoxville microfactory. Basically shows the process. You drive away the same day. This is a boring slide, but important. If you look at the curve, that's where, as a mass manufacturer, it's really expensive to make a few of something, and you want to be on the far bottom right. You want to make a lot of something, bring your marginal cost of each unit down, and that shaded area on the right is what's profitable, to make a bunch. For us, it's the same price to make every unit from unit number 1 to unit 1 million. And so we're never going to make 1 million of anything, but what we've done is open up a blue sky area where it's profitable to make at small volumes, and to do that repetitively. We call it an economy of scope, whereas the last 100 years has been an economy of scale. What's happened since we were successful in vehicles is that other industries have come to us. GE Appliances, we launched a microfactory for them in Louisville, and it's called First Build, and an online community, and have brought some great products out through them. Airbus came to us, and now we have launched some great innovations with the global community with Airbus, and you may be aware of the Domino's pizza delivery vehicle. So why I think I got invited here today, beyond all that, is Ollie, which we brought to market in, it took us about 8 weeks from deciding that we wanted to build it, to bring it to market, and it started with an urban mobility challenge in Berlin. That's the challenge that Edgar won. Basically, it's a full mobility system. It's the front end, like an app. You call it on Uber. It's an open-ended, I'm here, take me there, or it can be closed loop, like a circulator. You get the vehicle with it, and then you get the back end for managing it, for monitoring. And what's interesting is when we're talking about AR and VR, there are communities in the world right now, Singapore, Tokyo, others, that are thinking about, hey, if I have a tourist in this thing, how about they could say something or interact with Watson, and we could show them what this street looked like in 1920, right on the side of the vehicle from the inside. And there are a lot of companies, be it Panasonic, LG, Asahi Glass, who are working on the transparent display. And so maybe you don't put it on. Maybe you're riding in it. We'll see. Maybe you're doing both. This is just some. We have some great videos. This is just some testing video that I like only because it shows vehicles zooming by at high speed on that highway in Arizona near our Phoenix microfactory versus sort of the market we're entering first with Ollie, which is the low-speed electric vehicle market. Ollie, it's capped out at 25 miles an hour, and we're doing that for a lot of reasons. But primarily, we think it's the right place to enter the autonomous market. There's a huge global market on campuses, on corporate, college campuses, on corporate campuses, at ports, all over the world, where low speed works, and it's acceptable for people just getting to know this technology before you put it on the highway. And what we're able to do is use the same hardware that's in the vehicles going 100 miles an hour down the highway, where people are filming themselves with their hands off the wheel, and we're able to do it at a much slower speed. Just the last 2 slides. So basically, because Ollie is upgradable and because it's made locally, we're able to keep up with the technology cycle times. So the things that power autonomous vehicles, like sensors, like LiDAR, any number of items, even if we're talking about the things that aren't powering the vehicle, like new display technologies or VR technologies, we can keep putting it in. We view Ollie as a box through which we just keep commercializing technologies to our customers. Because we're just bringing it back in 10 miles down the road, and we're integrating the latest technology. So part of our value proposition is you're always going to have the best LiDAR, as opposed to you're buying or leasing a vehicle. Until you lease a new one, you're not going to get better LiDAR. Here's some of the services that we offer as part of this subscription service that Ollie's basically either full sale to a municipality or government or corporation, or it's or it's on subscription just like your cell phone. And then this is my last slide. Basically, this down in the bottom right was National Harbor. Our National Harbor team is here. We hope you'll come visit us. But what this whole digitization and Industry 4.0 piece of it allows for is to educate so kids on the same models that the experts are working on. And so they can come in and test out ideas, 3D printing on little machines, and then we can take it into the big machine. And that's been fascinating, and I encourage you to come see a mini Ollie that a number of these students worked on over in the corner later. So that's all the time I have. Thank you for listening, and thanks for having me.
Well, Justin, before you leave, you make an electric shuttle that drives itself, but what's really standing between you and all of us, right, getting to actually ride in this electric shuttle right here in Washington, D.C.?
Nothing. I mean, we just got to we got to get it done, right?
Really?
So we have a facility at National Harbor. We're negotiating with both the state of Maryland and the state of Virginia about our microfactory to do it. And DC's actually been pretty forward-thinking in their approach to autonomy, which is fantastic.
So it's not just going to be on private roads, but you are approved to do it on public roads.
Well, the good news, and I have to talk about this broadly, is that we can start on private roads everywhere.
Right.
And as each jurisdiction decides to make decisions about autonomy, we can be ready to go. So, and what we're seeing is every jurisdiction is doing it at a different speed. And so I'm not going to tell you what DC is going to do, but we see movement for sure.
But I think that we do need to accelerate that process. But I commend you and many other companies out there that are innovating very, very quickly, particularly in this autonomous driving space, that you are taking the path of least regulation, resistance, to bring these great technologies to market.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. I'd also say we're taking the safest path. The other thing that WHO will tell you is that at 50 miles an hour, if you were to get struck by a vehicle, you have a 60% or better chance of dying as an adult. At 30 miles an hour, you have a less than 20% chance of dying. Our vehicle goes 25 miles an hour. And so whether it's insurability, whether it's safety, people are willing to, people have appetite for that risk, especially when so many people are already, so many pedestrians are dying today. It's almost unfathomable to do worse than we're doing.
Right, exactly. But there's still an issue of safety when it comes to technology, and along with it, there's also an issue of liability that must be addressed, I think, quickly by lawmakers. Who's responsible for an accident if it does occur? Is it the platform the software was created on, the self-driving software itself, or was it operator error? And I think lawmakers actually do need to create policy that requires every single one of these autonomous vehicles to have a little black box that does that analysis.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's probably true. But what we're seeing is a number of the biggest insurance companies in the world are competing to be a part of Ollie and part of the subscription that we're offering to people, because at low speed they want to own the data set. And that's obviously very important to everybody here, whether it's advertising data, whether it's the vehicle data that's being kicked off, or whether it's the safety data. It makes sense for them to enter at low speed on private campuses where we can talk to the theme park operator about that, and where we can be very clear without regulators being involved whose liability it is. That's the only thing that's going to allow us to move to public roads.
Perfect. Big round of applause for Justin Fishkin. Amazing local motors, always on the cutting edge. Well, we talked a lot earlier about virtual reality and how it's really changing the way we play. But its capabilities, as you can imagine, go well beyond that. Virtual reality and augmented reality are changing the way we work, especially for industrial design in real estate, fintech, fashion, and so many more industries. And our next speaker has had the good fortune of being part of two technology revolutions in his lifetime. The first was in the early days of the internet when he started a company. I don't know if you've heard of this. It's called AskMen.com. It went on to grow into the largest men's lifestyle publication in the entire world, with over 20 million monthly readers and eventually editions in more than 10 countries, and then being acquired by News Corp's digital division, Fox Interactive Media. But over a decade after his first startup, older but a little bit wiser, I would imagine, and through a few chance meetings, he discovered the wonders and the possibilities of a whole new technology platform, virtual reality and mixed reality. And he created an entirely new startup last year called Fifth Wall Agency that has already done projects with clients as diverse as Manulife, Universal Studios, and even Twitter. And today, he will show us how VR and AR will transform the way we work in the near future. So please welcome Ricardo Pupada.
I think I'm going to make everybody do some jumping jacks just to get everybody excited. I promise you I'm the last one. There's a break right after me. So I'll try to slam through this as quickly as I can. So Fifth Wall, we're kind of like the baby company here. We're about a year old, kind of like an agency, kind of like a consultancy, kind of like a studio. What we essentially do is connect the dots for businesses, especially when it comes to the existing technologies today in AR and in VR. So in some ways, we've seen some amazing companies here that are talking about the near future, some of them talking about a little further future. We're like the nearer future, like today. And at Fifth Wall, we're obsessed with the number 12. And this is a metric that represents the average attention span of everybody in this room today. Okay? You want to take it's probably less than that right now. You want to take a guess what it is for millennials? Close. Jesus, 2. 7 seconds. 7 seconds. It's still very scary because you just skip one generation and you're talking about a 50% shorter attention span. And it's even scarier when you look at in the next few years, the millennial generation is actually going to represent 36% of the adult population and close to 50% of the workforce. And so when I saw a study that talked about that people that tried VR for the first time left to their own devices, their average time spent was about 13 minutes, I said I have to explore this new realm. And I didn't know much about AR and VR. In fact, I thought that AR was a glorified QR code. When I thought about VR, I thought it was like this stuff, right? But the reality is a little bit different. And as you're seeing today, and as we're going to keep talking about through the afternoon, there's no doubt in my mind, and anybody in the industry, that VR and AR will be the next tech platform to change the world. And if you don't believe me, this picture here was about a year ago at the Facebook F8 conference. You could see Mark Zuckerberg talking about the 10-year strategy for Facebook. And this partly explains why they purchased the company, Oculus, for $3 billion before they even had a product in market. Now, last week, they tried to solve a bit what Ted was talking about today, the box-on-face syndrome, by announcing their kind of Ray-Ban moment, how to transform the box-on-face into a pair of eyeglasses that we'll all wear. And maybe even more scary for some people in the room, he talked about dismissively the future of television by basically saying that we won't even need TVs, that you can just download a $1 app and place the TV wherever you want, which is either good or bad. And then he announced all sorts of other things like Facebook Spaces, which are these 360 spaces that you can hang out with your friends. And obviously, from a work perspective, collaboration, this is going to be a version of that is what we're going to use on the work front. And then a pretty bold Facebook engineer said that in 5 years, everything that we were talking about earlier in terms of transforming your smartphone, your robot, into a pair of glasses will actually occur in 5. I don't think 5 is accurate, but he's not, I don't think, that far off. And then you have other guys, Microsoft HoloLens. In fact, one of our most interesting projects, one of the first projects we worked on, was with a company in Italy that manufactures leather shoes. And we worked with them on an algorithm that would essentially take cowhides and create holographic lines to optimize the cuts they were using when they were sort of lasering the cowhides. Google, we talked about Google earlier. Obviously, Google doing quite a bit in space. And then obviously there's the intangible here of Apple. And Apple has been doing something that's quite uncharacteristic for Apple. They're actually talking about future products. Tim Cook said that augmented reality is going to be a fundamental part of Apple's future. And the numbers all support this. You guys have seen charts like this. The faster adoption rate of new technologies. VR is already on a very similar trend. And even though the numbers are not quite at the level that you see for smartphones or internet usage, it's still quite impressive at this relatively early stage in the marketplace. And anybody who's anybody will look at the future and basically say you have a big, giant market that's about to wake up. And just to give you perspective, does anybody want to guess what the box office domestically was last year? Hollywood, all movies. Domestic, 11 billion. Domestic. Worldwide was about 38. Compared to these numbers here, pretty impressive. Now, what really is fascinating for me is the fact that, you know, for the first time in a long time, the interest level in this technology, whether you were talking about a Generation X or a baby boomer, is actually relatively the same. And this bodes very, very well for adoption rates. But if you look at the market, click, there you go. It's still a bit of a shambles. And this kind of reminds me of the early days of the internet. You guys remember Excite and Lycos and Alta Vista? It's kind of what's happening right now. And if you look at just distribution outlets, I mean, there's quite a few things that have to be figured out. So what's the good? The good is we're still in very early days. You could actually compare it and say it's kind of like 2007. I actually prefer to say it's like 1995. And 2007 is reference to where we were at the beginning of smartphones. The bad is that the content, it's kind of a mixed bag. You have some really, really good stuff out there, and you have some stuff that's actually not that great. And that's creating this sort of this disappointment gap in users where they're kind of, you know, they try VR and they're like, yeah, it's kind of okay, but not quite there. And then the ugly is there's missing the killer app, right? There really isn't the Instagram, the Snapchat, the Uber app that forces everybody to use the technology every single day. But that could change. And it could change actually very quickly. If you think about the fact that in the last quarter, Apple sold a record amount of iPhones. It sold about 78 million iPhones, which they did with a relatively kind of mediocre update with, let's say, the iPhone 7. If Apple even delivers 50% of what we're hearing about in the iPhone 8, is the idea of selling 100 million units in a quarter crazy? No. So what happens? Almost overnight, your AR distribution problem gets solved. So our thinking is this. Today, the use cases for VR and AR are very industry-specific. B2B probably having the most compelling use cases. But by tomorrow, all industries are going to be transformed. In fact, how we work and how we use VR and AR, I'm not talking just about how we consume it. I'm talking about how we understand information and how we have perspective is going to undergo a pretty fundamental shift. So what I'm going to do today is I'm actually going to show you in the nearer future, today, some use cases across 4 industries of how VR and AR is sort of transforming the space. And I'll start with retail. This is something that the CEO of Tommy Hilfiger said a few years ago. It's not about sales per square foot, it's about surprises per square foot. And he was referring to the fact that stores have to change the shopping experience into an experience. And that's in line with how millennials actually consume and buy. And so what did Tommy Hilfiger do? They did a VR app where they showed future lines. And then guys like Dior followed suit to build affinity with their users. They actually built these little VR centers inside their stores where you could actually be on the Paris fashion show. And they did it for like 2 or 3 seasons. And we've all heard about, you know, virtual shopping where one day you're going to be able to go to the Burberry flagship store in London and buy a suit if you need to. But where it gets really interesting for me is if you understand a little bit about the fashion industry, you know that inventory is their enemy, right? And so what's happening today with fast fashion? Buy stuff, it goes out of style very quickly. So there's nothing worse than being stuck with inventory. And we actually had a client come to us and say, can you help us build a virtual closet? The original idea was, why don't we take all of the buyer behavior data that we have on what your users are buying and create a virtual closet today with what you have in the store inside a VR experience. But then we thought about it differently. We said, what if you actually use this opportunity to determine future SKUs and styles? You could actually have a display of samples that you haven't actually produced, and you can see if people are going to buy or not, to actually save you millions of dollars down the road in terms of inventory. And the use case is just as compelling on the AR side. So L'Oreal already has an app where you could actually, sort of using the same technology as Snapchat, you could try different makeup on your face. Actually, lots of fun. I tried it once with my son. He was laughing his head off. And yesterday, a gentleman told me that in wine stores, when you put, you know those shelf markers to kind of identify a particular wine? When you have one of those on, it actually increases sales by 50%. So imagine going to a store and increasing the shelf space, whether it's olive oils or a $600 Canada Goose jacket versus $1,000. You're trying to figure out, why am I buying one versus the other? This is an incredibly powerful tool to do so. And it applies across everything. This was an example we did for Warby Parker, where we're looking at how to use your iPad to go through a virtual store. And for the marketing people, we were trying to solve something. Marketing people want information on their users. They want to understand who's buying stuff. And you guys have all had those warranty cards. How many people actually fill them out? Ever? Exactly. So imagine you just take your phone, you look at the warranty card, it identifies, call it the target image, the AR target image, connects with your Facebook Connect, and you're done. It takes 3 seconds. Where it gets compelling for me is actually it increases the product knowledge of the sales staff. Now, one thing I hate more than anything is going to a store and knowing more than the person that's selling to me. And if you look at AR as a training tool to try to figure out what is the actual value add when you go into a store, that's where it starts to get incredibly interesting. And this applies, again, across the board, whether you're selling glasses or shoes or something very unsexy like a mattress. Healthcare. Same thing. We've all heard stories about how the medical space is going to change with VR. There's this great story of how a doctor saved a 6-month-old baby with a Google Cardboard. But this has been going on for a while. I mean, VR has been used to help rehabilitate people with brain damage, with pain management, with PTSD, and actually used during surgeries. We had an interesting client come to us very recently who's involved in doing sort of remote medical services. And they wanted to put a 360 camera real-time inside an ambulance. So if you were in a remote location and a doctor couldn't get to it, you could actually connect live with a doctor who could help do a real-time diagnosis as either the ambulance is getting to the hospital or a helicopter is arriving in a remote location. And so this allows a doctor to kind of go in there and have his own perspective and his own preliminary diagnosis and actually give emergency instructions to the people on the ground. In the entertainment space, last year we had a chance to shoot the 50 Shades Darker VR, and it was really interesting because we took for granted that both actors and crew knew how to handle a VR camera. And a VR camera, if you've ever seen the Ozo, it kind of looks like this little alien being. It's a very interesting camera. And the actors, even though they were pros, didn't know how to quite react with the camera, because in the VR space, or in the 360 space, you actually can't cheat. Everything is exposed. And even the crew, they're used to placing cameras in the right locations, but when you're creating an immersive environment, actually angle and where the camera is positioned is actually very, very important. But what was more interesting for Universal was when we presented the analytics to show them, were we shooting the right thing? And this is something that's going to fundamentally change, because you're trying to have some sort of effect, and how do you know if it's real? Now with VR and heat mapping and eye tracking and all of that good stuff, this is going to become a reality. We also do a lot of set tour production things, and this is helping directors in terms of how they set up scenes. In fact, we mentioned it a bit earlier. If you look at the latest Star Wars movie, the director actually used virtual reality to do these storyboards where he was trying to draw out how he wanted to do certain CG shots. But if you think about it, even for auxiliary products, imagine you did the Batman Lego scene and you gave it to kids to see which toys they were interested in. You could actually produce the toys that they were looking at, and the ones that they weren't interested, you essentially just scrap. We also worked on the first ever zero gravity experience with Tom Cruise, The Mummy. And we worked with the good folks at Positron with those beautiful chairs right there. And we were talking about this yesterday. We said, when we had to transfer files back and forth, it was a goddamn nightmare, because we had to actually deliver this for South by Southwest, where it was going to be premiered. And it got us into all sorts of conversations related to collaboration. And one of the most important ones was, how do we actually use, whether it's VR and the chairs together, to change whether the way that athletes train. For example, we're doing something where we're shooting an Olympic athlete going down a ski slope, And of course, you can use this for physical training, but think about the mental training you could do by combining both VR with, let's say, a positron chair where you get to actually experience the feeling of going downhill. Same thing for an F1 driver and all sorts of other sports. In fact, it's being used right now in the NFL and certain college teams, especially for quarterback training. And here you get into the obvious use case, right? This is probably where you're going to have the highest ROI. Everybody knows this, that there's no reason in the next, call it 10 years, for you to ever buy a house or a condo without actually walking through it, even if it doesn't exist, and being able to customize it. But this is actually going to impact everybody along that sort of food chain. So whether you're talking to architects who need to understand how they're designing in space and how virtual reality can help them, to the guy that's actually the project manager who has to decide where, let's say, the HVAC systems go so that somebody's not placing something in the wrong place, everything is going to transform. And here, AR is also going to have a very prominent place. Now, this actually is not realistic, right? Because you can't actually make stuff pop out of your phone yet. But when you talk about AR glasses, this becomes very realistic. In fact, if you take out the phone, this is actually what's going to happen today. We actually did a project similar to this already, and we're actually talking to sports franchises in Europe who are developing new stadiums. And what they want to do is, show the fans the new stadiums where the new home of their new favorite team is going to be, to keep them engaged and at the same time sell more corporate boxes. So if you see where you're going to be, you're more likely to obviously pay. And so all of a sudden, the most boring marketing material, brochures or otherwise, become interactive. You have a target image, clicks, start customizing, et cetera, et cetera. And think about it in terms of maintenance. I could actually go today and with an iPad or an iPhone, look around this building if I had the proper CAD files and look at what's behind the walls. And this is going to extend to all of the auxiliary industries to real estate. This is actually an example of one of the largest window manufacturers in North America that we're working on. And if you guys have ever replaced windows in your home, you know it's a very expensive endeavor. It could cost you anywhere between $20,000 to $200,000. So why wouldn't you want to customize and get a sense of what these windows will look like before you spend that kind of money? And that's what we're sort of going to do. Now, I think I'm out of time or not, so we're going to run a demo. I guess we are running the demo. Okay, perfect. Patrick is here. Patrick, say hello. Hi. Perfect. And so this was actually our first ever project at Fifth Wall. This was a project we did in the city of Montreal in the north. They were building this new downtown. And right now, if you go to it, it's a relatively vacant lot. And so we did both an AR project where we made the entire city block pop up to get the citizens and the mayor sort of on board. And then we created this virtual walkthrough so that potential restaurants, hotels, office lessees could actually see what the building would look like, what the environment was going to look like, et cetera, et cetera. And so this is just Patrick kind of going through it. We actually have this experience there on the booth alongside The Mummy and 50 Shades, and you guys can try it. And one thing I would absolutely recommend is you trying to walk off the ledge. Everybody loves doing that, and it's fascinating to actually see people think they're going to fall. In this case, I would. But and then the other thing we're going to show you is also a very early project we worked on for CBRE, where if you look at this, and I was talking about the fact that you have a target image, a regular piece of paper. This is a map of Manhattan. You could actually turn this into an interactive experience. It's going to go up there on the wall. There we go. So if you looked at it, the target image got activated. And in this case, they wanted to show all of the listings that they had in Manhattan, and you could kind of go in and get more information. If you've ever gone through the experience of looking for office space, this is incredibly helpful. So with that, you guys are done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ricardo Kupata. A big round of applause, and I really appreciate it. I mean, I am definitely a believer now that VR and AR is going to.
She wasn't convinced before.
No, I wasn't. I was very skeptical because of what happened with 3D. So thank you so much. And if you want to check out his demo, it's going to be available for you. You have to try it during the break. Also, don't miss Local Motors self-driving mobility system Ollie. It's not the full-size version, but you'll definitely want to check out the 3D printed display version with a Watson-powered interactive panel to show what it can actually actually do. Also, Dolby is giving a demo of Google's Daydream VR headset, which is running on the new LG phones. You heard me talking about that earlier today. And there's so much more. So go check out all of those demos right now, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes where you won't want to miss my conversation with Einstein. Yes, thanks to cognitive computing and artificial intelligence, he's going to be right here on stage, and you don't want to miss that. So enjoy the demos, and I'll see you back here right in a few minutes.
Resume lesson.
So you see, the planets move in entirely predictable ways, thanks to gravity, which is the basis of relativity.
So is it gravity or relativity that makes up all the rules?
Good question. Relativity rules big things like planets, but there's another set of rules: quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics rules small things like atoms and particles. Hello, Kim. Looks like you have a question.
Oh my goodness, you can actually see me. That's amazing. Well, you know what? Now that you mention it, I do have a question. What is the future of learning?
In the future, virtual AI instructors like myself will interact with you just like a real person, even noticing small things about you like joy, sadness, or even confusion.
Okay, so I can definitely see how this could be incredibly useful when it comes to talking about quantum mechanics.
Imagination is everything. It's a preview of life's coming attractions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Einstein, for giving us a preview of what's to come with AI. We definitely are looking forward to experiencing that in the near future.
Thanks, Einstein. Let's pick this up again later.
Of course, my pleasure.
Pause lesson.
Wow, how impactful was that? Einstein, seen him in person, first person, albeit via a hologram, but it really changes the way we learn. A seemingly first-person account is just, it's so much more impactful than a third-person account of history, don't you think? Right? Three-dimensional learning just brings history to life in a whole new way, and that's the near future of learning. But that raises the question, are machines taking over for humans, and are people becoming irrelevant? Why hire a teacher in the classroom when you can actually bring Einstein via hologram into the classroom thanks to cognitive computing and artificial intelligence? You remember when IBM's, when Watson, IBM's supercomputer went on Jeopardy, right? We all remember that. That actually scared a few people, surprisingly. Although in a game of trivia, it's really no surprise a supercomputer would actually win. But what if computers could not just base their decisions on logic, but also on empathy? How will that change the game? Please welcome IBM Fellow, Vice President and CTO of IBM Watson, Rob High, to answer that question.
Thank you very much. If you allow me, I'm going to begin with a very quick commercial just to kind of set the stage and give you a little bit of backdrop here. You know, there's a lot of media, a lot of movies, even a lot of popular press that really talks about, you know, this thing called AI. And they largely depict it as though it's an AI that is intended to replicate the human mind, to sort of, you know, capture all the things that we attribute to being a human, and putting that in a machine and expecting the machine then to act like us in many ways, to think like us, to see the world like us, to react like us. And I want to suggest a slightly different point of view, and it's this, that cognitive computing is really about amplifying our own cognition. It's not about being better than us, it's about making us better. And what I mean by that is that, you know, the term AI and its translation into artificial intelligence is something that was taken from the past, but, you know, that doesn't really represent its full utility. You know, if you look at every other tool that we have out there, every tool that we have ever been privileged with having created in our world and that we use in our everyday lives, they have always been most powerful and most effective and most useful when we've used them to extend our own reach, to amplify our own muscle power. And that's really the way that we think about our form of AI, what we now refer to as augmented intelligence as well. You know, we're really good at doing a lot of things. You know, there's, as a human being, our ability to imagine, our ability to feel, our ability to adapt, our ability to reason through hard problems is a great deal of what defines who we are. But we also have our limitations. You know, there's only so much that we can read in a day. There's only so much of that we can assimilate. There's only so much of that we can remember or recollect at the time that we're exposed to a particular problem. So we also have our limitations. And this is where I think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity for these cognitive systems to take what we're good at and make us even stronger, to sort of, you know, not do our thinking for us, but, if you will, kind of do our research for us so that we can do our own thinking and exercise our own creativity in a better way. So to be able to do that, of course, you know, the cognitive system has to be able to have certain properties that we would otherwise attribute to human beings. And that does include its ability to understand our world, to understand us and what we intend and what we mean and what we're expressing, but also us in our world. Our context matters. In fact, oftentimes when we're communicating with each other, we're speaking in a language that is full of ambiguity, full of subtlety and innuendo and puns and misdirections and things that you know, we don't necessarily use deliberately to create confusion, but nonetheless often exists. And the only reason that we are able to function as a society and communicating through this language that we call human communication is because we can resolve a lot of that ambiguity through our context. And that context is everything from contextual history, the things that we all share and know and understand about, you know, things that occurred in our lives, but also our existence, our existing context, the things that are going on around us, everything from the noises in the room to some very subtle and subconscious awareness of the weather and current events and other things that are going on, all of which inform us. And that's part of how a cognitive system is able to augment us, is by also being aware and understanding that context. We also look to cognitive systems to be able to reason, and some of that we can think of very abstractly, but in reality is often narrowed to very particular kinds of reasoning. And again, in keeping with the point that we as human beings have our limitations, we're looking to these cognitive systems to reason sort of beyond our own limitations. The Watson for Jeopardy system, which Kim was kind enough to point out to all of us when we got in here, that system could read 200 million pages of literature in 3 seconds. It used that to reason about what kinds of answers might be relevant to the kinds of questions being asked in the game of Jeopardy. That's profound in its own right, just because of the magnitude of work that it could perform in that amount of time. but even more so because if you think in the context of our own creative processes, oftentimes our creativity is grounded in the knowledge that we either gain by spending time actually seeking it, or that we accidentally come across in sort of the course of our everyday life. And so a reasoning system, a system that can reason about what information is relevant to us at the time that we need it, is really critical for it to be able to augment us, to be able to help us amplify our own cognition. These systems do have to learn. As Kim sort of suggested, these systems do learn. They are taught essentially by providing them examples of how to do that kind of inferencing, how to reason about whether a piece of information may or may not be relevant to us, and then to learn the most appropriate way of presenting that information to have the greatest utility to us. And then finally, these things have to interact with us, because if you kind of look back at the history of our information computing industry, going all the way back to 1947 when Jonathan Van Neumann began work on the blueprint for modern computing, for the entirety of that last 70 years of modern computing, we've been in a condition where we as human beings have had to adapt to the constraints of the computer. Of course, it began in the early days with punch cards. And if you remember them, green screens and T2I terminals. But even now, if you pull out your smartphone and you look at the interfaces that you're expected to interact with, you're largely conforming to those constraints, the constraints of the computer, through text entry fields and, radio buttons and checkboxes and sliders, things that we are kind of used to using in order to communicate with our computers, but in reality is nothing to do with the way that we communicate with each other. If I were to go home and push my wife's buttons, I don't always get the same response from her that I would expect. And so rather than expect us to adapt to it, computers need to now begin to interact with us in the way that we interact with each other, which is not just by our words, by the way. I should also point out that much of our own interaction is vocalized. We use intonation and cadence and inflection and timbre to punctuate the things that we say, to sort of draw attention to the importance that certain words have over others. And we also use body language, right? Eye contact and facial expression and arm and hand gestures and body movements, all of which sort of help convey and reinforce the meaning of what we're trying to say. And so all of that is part of our human condition and part of our human experience. And for the cognitive system to be able to influence us, to be able to be part of our world and be able to extend our own cognitive reach, it needs to be able to do the same thing. Now, we did work back literally in almost 6 years ago on building the system for Jeopardy. We aired that in 2011. And it's over the course of the last 5 or 6 years, we've been honored with the opportunity to apply Watson to many different use cases. You may be familiar with the work that we did in the healthcare space, working with Memorial Sloan Kettering and other institutions like them, to build a system that now can assist doctors in helping them identify better treatments for their oncology patients. And already we're seeing the effect of that. We're seeing the results of doctors now being able to make decisions that are more evidence-based, are more personalized to the individual patient and their particular unique characteristics. Not just their age and race and sex, but the 500, the 1,000 variables that really determine who we are. Our genetics, our family history, our environmental history, our disease history, our pharmacological history, all influences how we will respond to a treatment. And when you can identify a treatment that is appropriate and unique to the uniqueness of that individual patient, that gives doctors a tool to go help those patients in a way that they might not otherwise get. But we couldn't keep up with it all. We were being inundated with opportunities to go solve problems. And so about 3 years ago, I and the rest of the team kind of pivoted and took a different direction. And we decided, instead of creating solutions that embody these sort of cognitive characteristics, let's just create a platform and we'll open it up for anybody to come in and start building solutions. And so today, developers of all walks of life can come to our cloud at ibm.com/bluemix and start using the services that are there. And if they want to build a business, then we can enable them to do that through subscription models that make it very easy for them to build a relevant business result, a business model, using these services. But that also required that we think about how we were going to structure those services so that they had the maximum utility, the maximum opportunity to be applied to different situations. So in the course of doing that, we defined 3 major categories of services, what we refer to as higher reasoning skills, which I'm going to describe here in terms of conversations and discovery, which are very high level, but nonetheless are activating all the principles that I talked about before in terms of what defines cognitive computing, really engaging human beings. And then I'll talk about a couple others in a minute, but let me just sort of delve a little bit into this thing that we call conversation. Conversation is, oftentimes referred to in the sort of the public vernacular as a chatbot. Hey, Mike, can we go forward? Thank you. We often refer to this being referred as a chatbot. Well, my concern about the use of the term chatbot is oftentimes what you actually experience is something that merely takes your input, your question or your command, and acts on that, and that's all. And so that's great. I think we can get some utility out of that. Certainly when it comes to turning on or off the lights, saying anything more than turn on the lights is probably not necessary. But on the other hand, if you come to a chatbot and you begin with something like, what's my balance? It can answer the question, that's great, but in reality, that's not the problem you're trying to solve. If you're trying to get your account balance, you probably have a larger problem you're trying to deal with, like, figure out how to save for college or how to go buy a new bicycle or, whatever it is that's on your mind, that's your real problem. And so if a conversational agent, more so than just what we know today as a chatbot, can now engage you in that, then now it can begin to understand the nature of your problem that you're really interested in and begin to resolve for that. We also have what we call knowledge organization skills. I'm not going to go into that, but I do want to kind of point out this last category that we refer to as foundational cognitive skills. And we break this into 4 main properties, and these are properties that have a lot to do with our facility, our faculty for interaction. Starting with language, of course, which is our longest tradition in the world of cognitive computing in Watson. We spent the most time there, and therefore we have the largest number of services. But these are things that you can supply a document, and it's going to read that document and understand what entities and subjects and relationships are represented in that document. Or speech, where it begins to translate what we say into a set of textual words that then can be processed further. Or a vision, right, which is recognizing what we recognize and be able to offer suggestions not only for what's in there, but what's going on in that image. And we apply this to both still images as well as video. The last one that Kim already talked about or mentioned is what we call empathy services. Using psycholinguistic analysis, we can actually determine 52 points of your personality. We can determine your emotional tone, and we can distinguish between your emotion, your actual inner emotion, and the tone that you're attempting to express to other people, or that other people are more likely to pick up from you. And with that, then in combination, these services allow us to do some really fantastic things. I'm going to show you a very quick clip here of something that we're doing in the lab. Now, forgive me, because my engineers, my actors are engineers, and they're really not great actors. But this is just a simple demonstration of something that we're able to do in an enterprise setting where, in essence, when you come into a conference room, it's no longer about sitting down at the table with a bunch of other people and just talking through a problem. The room can sort of come alive to you and begin to interact with you too, to not only understand the problem you're trying to solve, but to offer information that may be relevant to the problem you're trying to solve. Now, this is actually a mergers and acquisition scenario, maybe not the most relevant thing in the world of creativity, but you'll get the idea from this.
Hi, John. Hi, Celia. This is Jeff Kephart speaking.
Hello, Jeffrey O. Kephart.
So what would you like to cover today, John?
I'd like to go back and cover Project Zinnia, if we could.
Jeffrey.
Yes, Celia?
It sounds like you're interested in acquisitions.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like me to restore your most recent work session?
That would be great. Celia, restore my last work session. we were working on Decisive Analytics. There's the website for it. I have the sense that you liked this company a lot.
We have a strategic gap in this area, and Decisive Analytics fills that gap very nicely. We should look at more companies like Decisive Analytics.
Okay, so we could place Decisive Analytics at the center of the universe of companies and explore from there. Celia, find companies similar to the company named Decisive Analytics.
I found 100 companies that are similar to Decisive Analytics Corporation.
This is excellent. I see a couple of companies that I recognize, but
So we'll stop it there just because we're out of time, but I want to at least leave that with you as an example of in an office setting, how a cognitive system, through its facility of both understanding you and reasoning and interacting in a style that is natural for human beings, can now become more immersed into the activities you're performing in that environment. And we're now starting to see the same thing in many other fields as well. I skipped over, but there's things like H&R Block that we're working with, who are now facilitating people who need to fill in their taxes actually understand how to do that better and how to do it in such a way that allows them to maximize the return that they would hope to get. And then in many other fields of creativity. Point being, at the end of the day, much of our own creative spirit is about starting with an idea. It could be our own idea, it could be somebody else's idea, but oftentimes those ideas are grounded in something that we didn't know, something that changed our view, that allowed us to think about the world in a slightly different way. And that's influencing everything from how people create music, to stories, to video trailers. We worked with one company to actually help them build a trailer by analyzing the movie and recognizing how people responded and what was necessary to maintain the elements of that movie and the storyline in it to be attractive and interesting to people. And even in places like the makerspace, we're finding this surgence of interest from people who like to bend cardboard and create things and want to use cognitive computing to bring these cardboard devices to life as an experiment. So we're having a lot of fun. We hope that you get the chance to take advantage of these capabilities, the benefits, but more so, at the end of the day, what we believe is happening here is that our own human strength of cognition is being extended, it's being amplified, and at the end of the day, it's going to give us greater reach. Thank you.
Ram, before you leave, I have a question for you, and I've had this for a very long time, so I'm really curious. Do you think, honestly, that the singularity is just around the corner? I mean, will computers ever really be in charge?
Will they be in charge? First of all, I think singularity was about something slightly more advanced than just simply being in charge. But no, I don't think that computers will be in charge of us for two reasons. One is because I think the human mind is this wonderful thing that actually has a certain mystery to it, and we don't really fully understand it. But I think the more important and significant reason is because in terms of value, if we take a look at all the other tools that have ever been created in the world, their value has always come down to one essential property, which is their ability to extend us, to amplify us, to give us strength in ways that matter to us. And if these cognitive systems, if these AIs don't have that characteristic, nobody's going to build them, nobody's going to buy them, nobody's going to care. So I think that economic forces will bring us back to rendering these things in a way that are beneficial to the things that we need to do and the things that are important to us.
So really, it's not about taking over, it's just simply about adding value.
That's right.
Thank you so much, Rob. Hi.
Thank you.
Well, while Rob has given us the broader perspective on cognitive computing and artificial intelligence, our next speaker offers a practical extension of machine learning in natural language processing. So please welcome the Director of Natural Language Research at the USC Institute for Creative Technology, David Traum.
Hi. So arguably the most important innovation for communications and learning is not actually technology. So human language, our ability to communicate with each other abstractly and learn from experiences that other people had very rapidly. It was one of the major drivers of our civilization and one of the main things that distinguishes us from all other species on the planet. It's also the reason why we all come together here and want to meet face to face rather than just trying to look at it later or remotely. So why are we here if we don't need technology and face-to-face is the best way of learning and achieving? The obvious problem is that it's very limited in scope. We talked, several of the speakers earlier talking about limitations. Could people stop blinding me? I'd like to be able to see the audience. So I want to interact with you rather than just show you technology. Let's try this. Where was I? Okay, yeah, so the problem is the limitation. You can only really have one conversation at a time. We can have a number of people interacting together, but if we wanted to do this next week, this space wouldn't be here. It'd just be a warehouse. We'd all be scattered to the four winds. How would we do that? Well, some of the technology we saw before for video conferencing, thank you, augmented reality, virtual reality, that lets us communicate across different spaces and in different places, but we still have a time limitation there. So, or some people might be in the middle of the night, or what if 2 people or 5 people or 100 people really want to talk to you right now and you're doing something else? So how can that happen? So that's the area we're focusing on. How can we have a conversation and this natural language interaction and seeing people, looking them in the eye, getting their story, hearing it in their own words from people that actually experience that and learn that way. We might learn physics from Einstein or other topics from people that have had those experiences. Particularly for history, this is very powerful, where we can learn not just from books or second, third-hand accounts, but people that actually lived through the experience and have seen those events and have their take on those events. So a very specific example of that kind of history is we're at a good time here where we just had the Holocaust Remembrance Day on Sunday and a lot of things going on. And even though these facts about what happened are extensively documented with lots of evidence, we still have Holocaust deniers around today that are trying to controvert that. And as we've seen that, some of the best way of directly understanding, getting that information is hearing the information from people that have witnessed and been a part of that. Today, and for the last few decades, one of the prime best means of learning about the Holocaust is from Holocaust survivors telling their stories. There are many that give lectures and question and answer sessions in Holocaust museums around the world, including here in DC at the National Holocaust Museum. And they go to classrooms, and that's a very important part of the education today. But the community in Holocaust education is in a crisis state where they tell the students that are going to hear the survivors now, they say, you are the last generation that can have this experience. The average survivor age is well above 80 now, and even the people that were 80 were small children at the time. So what can be done to facilitate that? So our partners in this project, the USC Shoah Foundation, was started by Steven Spielberg and with a mission to preserve the testimony of survivors, particularly in the Holocaust, but more generally in genocides. This preserves the stories, but it's still in a static video. It's a passive means. We've been talking a lot today about interaction and the importance of interaction for learning. So how do we preserve as much of that experience that you can have today of hearing a Holocaust survivor's story and ask them your questions, find out what you want to know, when you want to know it, and have that kind of interaction, get that familiarity. So that's what we've created, and I'll show you a little bit of a demo and hopefully take some questions that you can ask Pinchas, and we have the exhibit over here later where people can get more. So this is, well, I'll let him introduce himself. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm fine.
Who are you?
Hello, my name is Pinchas Guter, and I'll be only too happy to listen to your question.
Where are you from?
I come from Poland, a country in Eastern Europe, in a place the town was called Łódź, where I lived with my family before the war. And during the war, I lived in the capital of Poland, Warsaw.
What was your childhood like?
I was extremely close to my family. My family, before the war, was my life. I mean, everything, was surrounded. My whole being was kind of like enveloped by my family. Every day's activities, from getting up in the morning and having water by the bed and wiping, my eyes, with water, which you have to do if you're a religious Jew, and then all activity, my grandfather going down to the wine cellar, playing in the yard with other Jewish children, going to the cheder, the holidays, every weekend, which meant the Sabbath. The Sabbath was a real holiday. It wasn't just a holy day; it was a holiday. It was both. I mean, I was looking forward to actually running to the baker, collecting the cholent for lunch on the Sabbath. So basically, I was extremely close and surrounded by such loving kindness, both from my immediate parents, my father and my mother, but from everybody else, aunts and uncles and cousins. And I mean, we were over 150 members that I could actually touch in Łódź. So it was I was very close to my family.
What happened when the war started?
When the war started, we were all very afraid of what's going to happen, because we read in the newspapers what was happening to German Jews in Germany. And so there was an enormous amount of anxiety and fear in the homes. And as soon as the German army invaded Poland, about a week later, they were in Łódź, in my hometown. And my first experience with the Nazis was when two of them came into our home. It was two apartments, small apartments, that we shared with my grandfather. There was a door in between. And they had lists arresting notables. My grandfather was one of the notables of the town because he was the head of a seminary where they teach people to become rabbis. And we had, the war was still on. They came, my father was at home, we were all at home, and they asked for my grandfather. My father opened the door and took them to the bedroom. My grandfather was ill. He had just had an operation on his kidneys for kidney stones. And they decided that they weren't going to take him. He was 70 years old. He was old. So they asked my father, "Who are you?" Because they didn't know. He said, "I am his son. I'm the son of Mr. Guter." So they said, "Come, what do you do?" He said, "I'm a winemaker. Where do you make wine?" They told them where the cellars were. They took him to the cellars. They beat him so badly that they saw that he was dead, and they just threw him in a corner. And then for 2 days, they directed the German army police to stand outside the gate of where the cellar was, and they took out something like 11,000 bottles of wine and spirits that were being stored there. And they also broke all the big, huge barrels and vats that were maturing, and they took it away in jerry cans. And they destroyed something that existed there for 100 years, from 1839, in something like 24 to 48 hours.
What happened to your family?
My parents and my sister were murdered in the gas chambers of Majdanek death camp.
How did you survive?
I think I always answer that question whenever somebody asks me what kept me alive. I say, faith kept me alive. I didn't keep the faith, but faith kept me alive. Whether it was in the form of an inner voice or some other means, I don't know. I know it's providential.
Why do you tell your story?
The main reason why I tell my story in public is because, number one, I would like people to know what can happen. And number two, I try and then teach them tolerance. I like to bring goodwill and tolerance to the world. And by telling the worst, I try that what can happen, I try then to tell them that if I speak, for example, if I speak at a school and their school has got black people, Asiatic people and others, I try and convey to them that everybody is the same. Everybody should be treated like a human being. We're all good, we're all bad, we all have got the same souls, we all basically have the same God, and we must try and be, like brothers, and treat each other like a brotherhood of human beings. So that is the main reason.
What do you think about the near future?
I always feel hopeful. I always feel hopeful. I am not a pessimist. I'm a pessimist about personal things because of my emotions and fears, that I'm always scared about what might happen here, there, and everywhere. But by and large, about everything else, I'm very hopeful. If I wasn't hopeful, I wouldn't be talking to you or anybody else about my experiences.
Okay. Would anybody from the audience like to ask him a question? I can relay it. Anybody? One up over here.
Pincus, what do you want people to understand about your time in the Holocaust?
So let me relay that. Pincus, what would you like people to understand about your time in the Holocaust?
Well, we were from a middle-class family, and we lived in the center of Łódź, which wasn't a small town. It was the second largest city in Poland. And I personally, except occasionally having had my payas pulled and somebody would shout, Židi or Palestinian, Jews go to Palestine, I never experienced any anti-Semitism as such in Łódź. I had a very happy childhood. My parents were winemakers. My father started teaching me to become a winemaker when I was 3.5 years old. I started school when I was 3.5 years old, and by the age of 5, I knew the Old Testament almost off by heart. And I could already read, and I could already write, because my mother went to gymnasium. She actually taught me how to read Polish. So I spoke Polish to my father, Polish to my mother, Yiddish to my father, and I became bilingual almost from birth.
Okay. So here's an example. The system, you can ask absolutely anything. Here's an example where you didn't get the precise answer. You were talking more about experiences in the Holocaust. He talked about anti-Semitism and some more incidents from his childhood. But this, again, is actually very realistic for the kind of experience you might have with a survivor where they may not fully understand your question or actually might want to talk about something different. And even when he answers that, the stories that he's telling are very fascinating. So I think we're about out of time, but we're set up over there. So during the break and the reception, you can come by and ask Pincus your own questions directly. I'll end there unless another quick question. Well, yeah. Thank you, Pincus. Oh.
Thank you so much, David. And if you want to give Pincus a try, make sure to check it out after the program today, and you'll be able to try it for yourself. Big round of applause for David.
Thanks.
And Pincus.
I'll just close this one.
Well, when it comes to learning, so many of our speakers, including David, are talking about innovation that will impact our next generation. Well, the next generation is doing some innovating of their own, including 15-year-old Liam McKinley, founder of Schoolbot, who won the first international botathon. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Liam McKinley. Hey. It's great to have you here. Before you get started with your presentation, though, I really have to ask, how does someone your age actually start exploring the world of bots? I mean, what inspired you, and what problem were you trying to solve? Why don't you tell us your story?
Well, I think all kids my age live a very technology-enabled existence. We've never known a world without smartphones, streaming audio and video, and drones. We're a mobile generation that cares much more about personalized media consumption than the 60-inch TV on the wall. I've read studies where there are claims that we spend 9 hours a day consuming media on our phones. I don't believe that, but I do see screen addiction as a social issue that's facing us. It's being able to observe the technology-related behaviors with my own friends and peers that shape my own views on technology and its potential. Personally, I've always had a love of technology, starting with robotics and then moving into computer science. Last summer, I wanted to learn a new technology and talk to a family friend and successful entrepreneur about his own conversational commerce startup he was launching, Conversible. I also saw my own family's great experience with Alexa. I think we were up to 4 or 5 Echo devices in the home at that point. I decided at that point I was going to dive into the whole conversational world of bots and conversational interfaces. That's what led me to create Schoolbot, a conversational front end to Google Classroom, which I will demo to you in a little bit. With that, let's get started. I'm Liam McKinley, and I'm a sophomore at the Potomac School in McLean, Virginia. And I gotta say, it's more than a little intimidating to follow 2 amazing talks about where the world is heading. I'm gonna talk to you about some near-term applications of the technologies that have been discussed. I'm excited to be working on something that I believe is one of those great transformational technologies, like apps were when Apple first launched the App Store back in 2008. It is conversational commerce using natural language, either typed or spoken, to interface with technology. I think everyone in the room has had their own experiences and opinions about the state of conversational technology. I was in the car with my dad recently, and as he's always trying to impose his favorite music on me, he activated Siri and asked for things from George Thorogood. The next thing we knew, we were listening to a speech by Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall. It was really compelling, but not the way my dad thought. There's still lots of work ahead of us to get things right, but for every one of those admittedly funky and maybe frustrating events, there are 100 other great experiences that demonstrate the power and potential of conversational technology, like the work you see being done at USC. Let's take a look at one of those conversational opportunities. Education. To understand the opportunity here, it's important to realize that there are 3 things converging. First, mobile is helping to bridge the digital divide that exists between households. Second, learning management systems like Google Classroom are gaining broad acceptance in schools. And third, conversational interfaces are becoming much better and are more accepted by consumers than ever before. The digital divide around internet connectivity has been breached, if in a somewhat imperfect manner. Almost 90% of kids now have daily access to a smartphone, and the cell phone bill has replaced other bills as one of the first bills to pay for poorer families. Middle schools and high schools are embracing learning management systems. Google Classroom is exploding in use, and over 20 million students use it already. It's the way many schools and teachers manage key aspects of the classroom experience, such as grades, homework, and communication with students. Conversational interfaces are getting better and better. We've made lots of progress from the first launch of the Siri app back in 2009 to services like Alexa and Google Now. In addition, tools now exist that make creating a bot easier than ever before. Our own expectations of service are changing as well. A recent study showed that 90% of millennials would rather deal with a bot than human for customer service. My own first step into conversational technology is Schoolbot. Let me tell you how that came to be. As I mentioned, last summer, I decided I was going to jump into the whole conversational commerce space. I looked at my own experience as a student and saw an opportunity to potentially create a conversational front end to Google Classroom. I had been using Google Classroom since its launch, as my school was very quick to embrace it, and it was a really useful tool, but it had a more traditional web front end to it. I decided to try to create a bot that would be an easy-to-use conversational interface for things that matter to me: homework, grades, and communication with my fellow classmates and teachers. Around the same time, VentureBeat decided to launch the first international botathon, inviting people from around the world to compete. With my dad's encouragement, we entered the contest as a way to have some fun and to motivate us to create the first alpha version of what I envisioned. There were over 250 people from around the world competing from China, Europe, Israel, Australia, and of course, the Valley. I found out later that I was the only non-adult competing in the event. It was a blast. We got little to no sleep over a 4-day period, but at the end, we had what we thought was a compelling entry. I went through several rounds of judging and elimination, and at the end, we wound up winning the botathon. I learned a ton during it and also made some nice friends as part of the process. After the event, we had a long talk and decided to create a real business around SchoolBot. Working that in with school and sports hasn't been the easiest, but I'm happy to say that we now have a real launchable service that we are launching as a free offering to students on both Facebook Messenger and Kik, the messaging solution that's in use by 40% of the high scores in the US. Here's a quick demo of it.
SchoolBot starts out by being able to answer simple questions about the service. What it is, what it costs, who can use it, etc. The bot supports questions for a wide range of things relating to homework, grades, and tests. It also makes communications to teachers and classmates really simple. Here you can see the classes I'm signed up for. How about homework for them? Do I have any today? We look across all of your classes for you and tell you what's up. I can also look to see if I have any overdue assignments. We make communicating with teachers and students a breeze. You can use their name or their role. In this case, my biology teacher. We also make communicating with your whole class simple by leveraging posting to the discussion threads each class has. In addition, you can inquire if there are any new posts for your class since the last time you asked us. That's really useful because teachers use this feature extensively to communicate with their class. You can also look to see your overall average grade for a class. Or if you want, you can drill down into all of the grades you got for your assignments and tests. You can also see if there are any upcoming tests or quizzes, either by asking SchoolBot or by getting the automatic 48-hour warnings we send out in advance. We've had great feedback so far. Kids really love it.
So what have I learned from this? From an education perspective, I think conversational interfaces can play a huge role. SchoolBot's just one small step on the journey, but I love seeing students' reactions to it. I envision a broader world where bots can play an even more vital role in providing cost-effective tutoring at scale to students around the world. Think of a conversational front end to Khan Academy as an example of what I'm talking about. Beyond education, there are a few other important takeaways. First, there will be a few power brokers in the bot space. They're the ones with logical platforms to leverage, like Facebook Messenger, Skype, and Amazon. That said, there are other players that also understand where things are heading and are looking for their own strategic conversational platforms, like General Motors. The good thing as a startup is that if you get on these platforms, you don't have to fight the battle of getting a consumer to download and use your app. The challenge now is figuring out how to market your service in the very early stage bot marketplaces that exist. Second, voice interfaces are great, but cumbersome to navigate as you add more and more services to them. I'm not sure how the experience scales as we add on lots of functionality. I'm I'm also not sure how users will discover new capabilities easily. Maybe an Echo-like device with a visual display makes sense. Third, entertainment is an important bot-facilitated activity in the home. Music consumption is a huge amount of what happens on Amazon Echoes. It's the #1 thing people do with their devices. I'm not sure how video consumption will fit in, but I do see things emerging that will compete with your own innovative offerings, like Comcast's Voice Remote. Fourth, creating bots is getting easier and easier. I use the Microsoft Bot Framework, which handles lots of the heavy lifting around natural language processing. They even have a frequently asked question bot generator, which takes in traditional FAQ pages and creates a conversational interface with just a few clicks. It isn't perfect, but it's a great way of seeing where things are headed. If I had a few things I'd mention in closing, it would be the following. What you're all doing to help poor families and seniors to have internet connections in their homes is incredibly important, and I just want to say thank you for that. I see how much it matters with my own friends and their families. As it relates to the technology I've mentioned, you should challenge your own teams to be real thought leaders in bot-centric customer service. The technology is ready for prime time, and your customers will love it. Finally, when it comes to the battle for being the home voice hub, there is still time to craft a winning game plan. Amazon has sold over 6 million Echo devices. That leaves lots of room to craft your own strategies and partnerships. I just think you need to figure that out quickly. In closing, I just want to say thanks again for the opportunity to speak and for being part of such a great event. Thank you.
Hey, Liam. I have a question for you. I'm curious, with your confidence and your drive, why did you decide to launch simply with a free service versus going straight to that freemium model?
Well, one of the goals with Schoolbot is to make a real difference. And as part of that, we want Schoolbot accessible to the broadest range of students possible. For example, my Aunt Sean, she's a supervisor in the Sacramento School District, and she always talks about the challenges that her students and their families face. That's one of the big reasons we decided to launch it as a free offering. We will have the freemium model eventually, but we're focused on the free model for the upcoming school year.
Our near future, and in fact, our right now. Amazing. Liam McKinley, thank you so much. Wow. Well, as Liam mentioned, with the Echoes in his house, remember that story about the Echoes, which inspired him to actually go into bots. It inspired him to think differently, leading him to actually become an entrepreneur in his teens. Well, it just proves how we live how we live truly influences every aspect of our lives. Every aspect of our lives is getting digitized. I mean, your car is about to drive itself. I mean, some already do. But actually, you know what? There is one area of your life, one area of your house, in fact, that has not been digitized. It's been totally left behind until now. In comes Init. It's kind of like the Intel inside your computer. Init is the operating system inside your kitchen, starting with your oven. We've all sat on our couches, I know this, because I've done it too, and we've watched the Food Network or another channel with a great cooking show, and we've tried to make that Iron Chef recipe. But it never turns out, right? Never turns out the way they do it on TV or even in a Michelin star restaurant. Well, it turns out, while we simply flip on the oven and heat it to 350 degrees, Michelin star chefs actually manipulate their oven temperatures throughout the entire cooking process and time their dishes as well. But thanks to Wi-Fi, Init is able to reach from the cloud into your oven and bring Michelin star cooking techniques to you instantly with one click of a button on their app, soon to be released this summer. And there's more to come. As co-founder and CEO Kevin Brown told me in my recent interview with him, the goal of Init is to control every single device in your kitchen by reaching in from the cloud.
Welcome to the kitchen of the near future. We're like an operating system for the smart kitchen. Over the next few years, every major appliance in the home is going to be connected. Here at Init, we're able to reach in from the cloud and send an expert recipe tailored to your piece of food and your oven features, and really bring those together with a single click. Today, when people bake, they just bake at 350 till it's hot inside. We're doing something that's much more sophisticated, and it's really driven from the food itself. We're bringing expert cooking techniques, expert information about the food, so that the chicken can talk to the oven, to really program the oven to do exactly the amount of baking and broiling and convection, and execute it in your home the same way they would in an expert kitchen. We want to help people at each stage of the cooking process, and so we're walking them through kind of like GPS, taking them from plan to shop to prep to cook. In the future, you'll have cameras and sensors everywhere in your fridge, your countertops, and this is going to allow you to get much more information about the food. So now, if your fridge can recognize the food that's inside and when it got there and how long is it good for, now your fridge can help you decide what's for dinner. That meal could have different parts, and now we can control the oven to cook the chicken. If the rice cooker can come on at the right time and make sure that your rice is ready, and you can be roasting your broccoli along with the chicken. And that's where Init comes in. We want to be the operating system for food that brings all of those pieces together and really empowers the consumer to have a great experience with their food.
And while Init is leveraging the cloud to help us live smarter, healthier lives with a great home-cooked meal, making us all Michelin star chefs at home, the Mayo Clinic is leveraging virtual reality, 3D printing, and more to dramatically improve lives, helping people to live better and, in fact, live longer. Now to talk about how Mayo's 150-year history of patient-first healthcare remains on the cutting edge, please welcome to the stage emergency physician, vice president of the Mayo Clinic and CEO of Mayo, Arizona, Dr. Wyatt Decker.
Well, thank you, Kim. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you today, and I've had the privilege of enjoying today's presentations with you. And as I listen, I can't help but reflect on what an incredible era that we're in society today. Some have called it the fourth industrial revolution. So the first industrial revolution was really mechanization, changed society as we know it today. The second was electricity, changed society as it was known. The third began about 50 years ago and was really the digital age, and it had a slow ramp up, but we all see the incredible impact. The fourth, which is incredibly compelling and arguably is a different era, is really the blending of the physical, the digital, and the biological. And we see evidence of that in all the stories and presentations that we saw today. I'm going to talk a little bit about healthcare and how this incredible combination of technology is influencing healthcare and disease management for the better. So when those of you who know Mayo Clinic, when you think of the Mayo Clinic, you may think of us as a trusted partner and provider of healthcare for complex care, undiagnosed conditions, and that's indeed true, and it's something that we take great pride in, sometimes being a court of last resort and sometimes even able to change the course unexpectedly for the better for our patients. So for 150 years, we've come together in teams of experts around building solutions. But what I'm really excited to share with you today, with this focus on the near future, is Mayo Clinic, the innovator. What you see on the screen there is one of our nation's most innovative anatomy labs. Yes, that steel container that you see in the middle of the screen contains a cadaver. What's different about this anatomy lab is that as the medical students dissect this cadaver, they are simultaneously looking at those screens, seeing digital images of their exact cadaver, so that by the time they finish the course, they have seen MRs, CTs, ultrasounds, and plain films of that actual person. And they begin to connect the dots in a way that has never been done before. So, for Mayo Clinic, there are actually so many exciting things going on that I have to kind of constrain myself and figure out how to squeeze this into 10 or 15 minutes of your time. One area to talk about is genomics. You talk about big data. Our DNA contains 3.2 billion base pairs. Just to give you a sense for that, if we were to type that out in 12 font on paper, single-spaced, and start stacking those pieces of paper up, you would have a stack of papers taller than the Statue of Liberty. It initially took our nation, through the NIH and others in the Human Genome Project, 13 years and $3 billion to sequence the first human genome. Today, it can be done for just over $1,000 and in just over 1 day's time. And we expect it to soon be available even more quickly than a day and at a cost basis of $1,000 or less. It's incredibly powerful. Yet, how many of you have had genomics impact your personal care or your interactions with your doctors? Show of hands, how many of you have had genomics? See, I don't see any hands going up. So there's a tremendous gap, well, maybe one here, which is excellent. There's a tremendous gap between what is known scientifically about the genome and what's actually happening in patient care. And that's an area that we at Mayo are focused very intently on. So I had my genome sequenced, and I didn't have any specific concerns. I did it as sort of a personal experiment to see what's it like, what do you learn? When my genome was sequenced, what I found was incredible. So there's a whole field called pharmacogenomics, but I now know that if I need a blood thinner called warfarin, I will metabolize it very slowly. And if I were to be started on a normal dose of Coumadin or warfarin, I would likely be at risk for a bleed episode that could be catastrophic. Think about that. Now I know this, so if I need a blood thinner, hopefully I won't, I can approach my physician, we can look at the data together, and we can start at the correct or much closer to the correct dosage. I also found out that I am a carrier of cystic fibrosis. I'm a recessive carrier. Now, I have 3 teenage kids, and they're all doing fine, but I can now counsel them that when time comes, should they decide to have children, they may be carrying the gene, and they, unlike me, can know that ahead of time and can choose to have their spouse or loved one tested before they choose to have kids. So think of the power of genomics. What about rare diagnostic conditions? So at Mayo Clinic, we've launched a diagnostic odyssey or diagnostic uncertainty clinic, and we found incredible results. And I'm going to tell you the story of this young man, Dustin Lynch. Dustin, as you'll see in a moment, had suffered for his entire life from a debilitating movement disorder. He'd been to countless medical centers, never able to find a diagnosis. He came to us at Mayo Clinic, and among his, as part of his workup, we sequenced his entire genome, and we found something significant. But let me share his story with you now.
We adopted Dustin. We got him at 3 months old. When he was about 18 months old, I took him out of the high chair and stood him on the floor, and he kept going sideways and couldn't keep his balance. It was sort of unusual. Things started getting worse as he started getting older. He started having more and more of the jerking like he does. And I've worked 23 years trying to do whatever we have to do to hopefully make Dustin's life as happy as he can be.
So we sequenced his genome. We found a rare hereditary ataxia, of which there have been 100 known cases in the world reported in the literature. We weren't able to change his genetic makeup, but we were able to give him the correct diagnosis for the first time in his life and have a team of neurologists design a special treatment for him that has made a huge difference in his life, as I think this next video will show. Before this, Dustin was unable to feed himself and could barely clothe himself, as you could see. This is him after treatment. So after treatment, Dustin's playing baseball and living a virtually normal life, and that is the power of genomics, bringing a rare condition to light and allowing our team to focus on it and allowing Dustin's odyssey of endless testing, sometimes painful and expensive, to end and focus on living his life. That's the power of genomics. Thank you. Our vision is that genomics will influence the medical care across the entire spectrum, that if you need a high blood pressure medicine or a statin, that we will have genomic analyses done first so that you can know in advance whether it's going to work or not. Difficult cancers, unresponsive to chemo, we think a new era is upon us where we'll be able to identify the genetic abnormality of a cancer, find which chemotherapies or even immunotherapies, far less invasive, work, and focus the treatment on what works instead of the old system of trial and error. The next area, robotics. We've heard a lot about robotics today. It's fantastic. Well, what if we could bring robotics not only to the operating room, which has been done, right? So you're familiar with these incredibly sophisticated machines that we now use in operating rooms that allow us to do minimally invasive and rapid surgery. But this is a different story. This is a story of a collaboration between the University of Pisa, the Mayo Clinic, and bioengineers at Arizona State University, who took what was being designed as a robot to package boxes using biomimicry. So the engineers in Pisa were engineering a human hand. And then they said, what if we could use that for amputees? And the result is a technology they call soft hand, and it uses technology that is intuitive, and when you decide you want to grab something, it senses, your mind, of course, through your nerves, activates the correct muscles. This senses these incredibly subtle electrical signals and tells the hand what to do. Now watch this video. And notice he's an amputee just above the wrist. Most amputees stop using prostheses because they're ugly, clunky, and even scary. They scare kids. And so this is a whole new opportunity in robotics, and that is a robotic hand. And this gentleman who suffered a right hand amputation can now handle medium-sized objects. He can now move chairs and tables. And he can even hold a pen and write for the first time with his right hand again that had been lost. So that's where we're going with robotics. We think it's incredibly powerful for these folks. All right, let's shift gears again. Another new technology, and this one's not even the near future. This is available today. So in our country, 49,000 people die every year of colon cancer. Yet, unfortunately, about a third of those of us that should be screened don't get the screening. And I can't imagine why. I mean, I've had a colonoscopy, and it was just great, right? So you know, who isn't in a hurry to line up and get screened for colon cancer? Well, about 10 years ago, one of our gastroenterologists began asking the question, what if there's a better way to do this? What if we could identify tiny amounts of shed tumor DNA and even polyp DNA in the stool? And long story short, after extensive clinical trials, we have launched actually we've licensed to a startup the test called Cologuard. So Cologuard is an alternative to colonoscopy for colon cancer screening. And it isn't for everybody. It's for patients with no known colon disease, if you will. But for those patients, which is the majority, this can be done with a simple stool test sent to your own home. And it not only screens for colon cancer, in many cases as well as a colonoscopy, it also screens for rare cancers of the bile duct and liver that also shed DNA that heretofore there has been no screening available for at all. So to us, this is the power of innovation, creating a solution that patients like. By the way, though, if you're ever interested in this, you have to ask your doctor or your provider to prescribe it, and then it gets sent to your home. But it is less invasive, safer, in certain regards, more thorough than a colonoscopy, and it's about a quarter the price. So we talk a lot about costs of healthcare. We get into healthcare policy decisions. We shouldn't be arguing about how do we lower the price of colonoscopy by a few $100s when it's a $2,000 to $3,000 procedure. We should be figuring out better ways to do it, and that's what this represents to me. And then we also hear a lot these days about 3D printing. How is it impacting patient care? Well, I want to show you, some of you have noticed this blob up here and wondered, is this a human organ? It is. This is an exact replica of a 24-year-old police officer's liver. This particular person had testicular cancer, which unfortunately metastasized to his liver. Oh, good, and you can kind of see this on the screen. But the pink balls inside his liver are the metastases. This represents the vast majority of his liver, but you can see this side, the smaller part of the liver, is not affected. These tumors had to go to save his life, but it was such a complicated surgery that the team wasn't sure they could do it effectively. By printing this and studying it, the team rehearsed the surgery multiple times, and in an all-day-long surgery with multiple team members, they were able to resect all of the tumors in this young man's liver, and he's now back on the beat, healthy and cancer-free. That is the power. Think of 3D printing. So 3D printing. One last story before they give me the hook. Isn't this incredible? Anyone have a guess what this is? This is a human brain, but this is called tractography, and it uses a technique called functional MRI, and this is a pianist. This pianist, unfortunately, has a brain tumor that needs to go, but she loves the piano, and we don't want to hit any of those tracks that activate when she plays the piano. That's what you're seeing right now. So our neurosurgeons come together in our precision neurotherapeutics lab and have figured out how to map the human brain so that when she has her surgery, they are not going to hit the tracks that you cannot physically see. It's all gray matter, but they now know help this patient play the piano. So I'm going to show you this short video. This is an awake patient playing the piano while she has brain surgery. So her tumor's being removed. She's awake. She was asleep while they removed a chunk of her skull. That would hurt. But it turns out that the brain actually has very few sensory neurons. So you can actually operate on the brain with moderate sedative while she plays the piano. But there's one other step that is in the near future, and I'm going to go to the next slide. So we think that surgical instruments have not evolved fast enough to meet with this fourth industrial revolution. And we have a team in Arizona working on smart instruments. And the idea behind it is that after you've done the functional mapping of the brain and you know what's important, I'm going to roll this video clip and imagine that this could be a scalpel, or it could be a laser, or it could be a retractor. But we're going to map this patient's brain with the areas that we need to stay away from during neurosurgery, because again, you can't visually determine this. And when the instrument gets close to it, it's going to alert the surgeon that they're getting close to a critical structure. And that then allows the surgeon to move away and, if possible, work completely around that area. So this is entering the era of smart surgical instruments that takes us a step beyond the robotic surgery that has been so successful. Do we have time for one more? One more story? Okay, you're a kind audience. I'm just going to talk briefly about tissue engineering and regenerative medicine. This is for, in this story, patients who have had massive laryngeal trauma or throat cancer. And we have done an MRI here and then had a computer reconstruction of a patient's larynx or voice box. This is a biocompatible material here, but it's going to not work very well if we put it in someone's new voice box and windpipes. So we're going to first harvest. So we're going to create an exact replica of half of this larynx. We're going to then create this 3D image of it that you see. But we need tissue on this. We want to put the patient's own tissue on it. So what if you could take some of their cells, reprogram those cells in the lab, get them to reproduce, and cover this with the proper mucosal cells? Turns out that our fat is loaded with mesenchymal stem cells that you can re-engineer. So there's your fat, or this patient's fat. It's going to float up out of the Petri dish, and these adult stem cells are going to sink. Those can then go into a lab. And in the lab, we get them to reproduce. With growth hormones and special signals, we can re-engineer them into any tissue that is necessary. We have a program doing cardiac myocytes, cartilage, neurons, and in this case, the mucosa that needs to cover this. Now imagine a patient with a cancer. We've done this 3 weeks prior. It takes about 3 weeks to grow the tissue. We resect their larynx, and instead of spending the rest of their life with a feeding tube and trying to communicate with writing, having a debilitating condition, our intention is to put the engineered tissue combined with the 3D printed back in the human larynx. This is not happening today, but this is a lab at Mayo Clinic in Arizona that is actively pursuing this, and we are hopeful that within the next 3 to 5 years, we'll be able to begin our first human surgeries just like you saw here today. So as I conclude, There's a lot of white noise in healthcare these days, particularly healthcare policy, and those are serious issues that we need to grapple with. But I wouldn't want any of us to forget the incredibly exciting near future in healthcare as all of these technologies mature. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Decker, I have a few questions for you. I love that the Mayo Clinic is always on the cutting edge with that patient-first healthcare.
Thank you.
But you're really ahead of the curve. What incentives are out there for the rest of the medical community to innovate themselves or adopt innovation? Because I don't know if you know this, but unless there's an actual code to file something under, including new technologies, the physician doesn't get paid for using it.
That's right. So there's whole sets of challenges here, but in summary, it's actually excellent. We believe in partnerships. So we partner with entrepreneurs and private industry. We partner with artificial intelligence groups. That can accelerate innovation. Then to the regulatory environment, we strongly actually encourage bringing that, whatever the government agency is, on board before you have a final product, and talk to them and figure out. So we do this all the time with our clinical trials. When we had an exciting clinical trial for an immunotherapy for melanoma, before we launched it, we got the FDA to come look at it and say, you know what, if this works, we're going to approve it. It worked, and now there's an immunotherapy for metastatic melanoma for the first time ever. So the critical key is partnerships. Yeah.
And it's one thing when I'm advising startups who are in the healthcare community, I always suggest get your pre-sub first, right, with the FDA, and two, go for that code, because it's not going to do you any good. I mean, you might as well have them before you even go into clinicals, right?
Absolutely.
Also, one more question in terms of video conferencing technology that's used for doctors to treat and diagnose and treat patients. They're really ahead of the curve when it comes to policy, because there are still policies in place that don't allow a doctor, let's say, who's in California, to use video conferencing technology such as Doctor on Demand to diagnose and treat someone in Arizona. How do we get ahead of this curve and solve this problem?
Yeah, that is mostly, again, a legislative challenge. And in this era of connectivity, we believe strongly that physicians should have either a single national licensure, which is one solution, or a stepwise approach has been, we've been advocating and begun to create a national syndicate of states that say, you know what, if you're keeping a good eye on your doctors, they can practice telemedicine in our state. And so there's this reciprocity. So we've already begun that. I believe there's about 15 to 20 states that have agreed to reciprocity. So solutions are on the way, and it's something we all have to work for.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Wyatt Decker with the Mayo Clinic.
Thank you.
Well, we've talked about smarter hospitals, smarter cars, smarter kitchens. Now it only makes sense to now talk about smarter cities, right? And Peter Hirschberg, author of the bestseller Maker City, a practical guide for reinventing American cities, and he's also the CEO and partner of the Reimagine Group, has some thought-provoking ideas and case studies that suggest the effective use of emerging technologies, sensors, big data, and community action can solve really big problems and make our cities, and ultimately the people who live in them, also smarter. So please welcome Peter Hirschberg.
Thanks, Kim. You know, the story of the smarter city is really the story of networks. In ancient times, these networks were the viaducts of Rome, or more recently, subways and giant systems in cities. But today, these intangible networks, the ones that you're building and that are being deployed now, are the core of what's making us smarter. And the key thing about this is everybody has a role in it. A smart city is not something that is sold by a company to a city. It turns out to be all of the heterodox networks and all of the data. It involves students and government officials and startups, as well as great networks. And the art in all of this, the art is really, how do you program a city? How do you use all of this? So that's why I'm kind of so excited to be here today, because who spent more time investing in and deploying networks than all of you? The modern era of all this really starts with ubiquitous networks. And on September 7th, 2006, something happened that was kind of completely new in the human experience. Now, that was the World Cup going on in Europe, and it was Rome or Italy versus France. The game was being played in Berlin. And in Rome, all sorts of people were watching and texting each other. And Telecom Italia partnered with MIT, and they anonymously grabbed all the text messages to take a look at what were the conversations people were having in Rome. Not the content, but their excitement. So the game goes on, it goes into overtime, there's a second overtime, and all of a sudden, people start texting each other, and then the French player, Zidane, gets the red flag. France is out, and Italy wins, and suddenly you see kind of the whole place going nuts. It was kind of the first time in history you could sentiently watch what was going on in the city, seeing the emotions, and realize the city was kind of an intelligent structure. Now, all of that is what you would think of as byproduct data. It was waste. It was just kind of the metadata residue of texts. But it turns out in ecologies, one person's waste is somebody else's food. And it turns out that this exhaust data that we cast off every day as we use the internet or our cell phones can be incredibly instructive. So meet my friend, Dr. Sandy Pentland at MIT, and here's how he's using that to look at public health problems.
You know, we go around in our lives and we have some sense of what's around us, but we don't have the big picture. By aggregating and averaging this data, though, you can do things like you can tell, well, are the people in this city block healthy? I mean, let's think about Hong Kong and SARS. You know, at one point, suddenly everybody in an apartment building got sick and didn't go to work. And nobody noticed that for a couple weeks, actually. But if you were aggregating this data, that would have stood out like a flare. It would have said, wait a second, there's some sort of disease going on here.
So the very fact that people weren't going out was a clue. And it turns out that this can be used in many ways. The Defense Department has funded capabilities that can determine, are you depressed? Based on, is your social network changing? Are you communicating differently? Now you can also find out unemployment based on people's behaviors down to the block level, so much faster than waiting for a financial crisis to happen and measuring it years later. I had this experience recently when I was working with the United Nations on how they could use data to alleviate crises, and it turns out that social data, the tweets and the posts that we use, can solve a problem like this. Now, in particular, it's Germany. In 2011, 3,200 people get sick with E. coli, and 39 of them die. It's an enormous outbreak. You can imagine the pressure that Germany is under, and they have to take action, and they do. They blame Spain. They say it was Spanish cucumbers. Now, this is completely wrong, but you can imagine a government official has to do something quickly, and you operate under such limited data in public health. People have to get sick, they have to go to the hospital has to report it, and by the time you realize it's a problem, what do? Meanwhile, in California, at Epidemic IQ, they are monitoring tweets and blog posts, and they're looking for words consistent with people getting sick, and they see hotspots delivering and coming up in northern Germany. They're also picking this stuff up about 9 days before the public health officials are doing it. And it's also becoming pretty clear to them this has nothing to do with Spain, it's originating in Saxony, which it turns out where the problem came. So this is another example of kind of data that makes our cities smarter. In fact, data can reveal so much stuff that is unseen and lets us ask questions in our cities we couldn't before. For example, everybody knows about the global supply chain. This last election was completely consumed with where is stuff manufactured and is that the right thing? But where does stuff go when we throw it out? Well, we'd have no idea because who tracks the garbage? Well, what if we could add the internet to trash? What if we could make trash smart and have it tell us where it went? That would open up whole new vistas to understanding how to manage a city. And that's what MIT did when they put the guts of a cell phone and GPS in 3,000 pieces of garbage, had basically people in Seattle bring it all to them, and then they deployed it into the trash system. Here's what happens. So the trash, two big observations. One, they find a whole lot of illegal dumps near Seattle because the trash went there. And two, there's a whole class of trash that is going all across the United States, and it reveals a hidden ecosystem and economy around high-value trash, like cell phones and batteries and printer cartridges. Based on this, you're able to manage things more differently and efficiently, and people can take different actions. They're aware of the fact that it may not be that ecological. One example of this happened in Helsinki. This is the power plant, and the more energy that people save, the bigger that green thing is. Those are high-powered lasers projected on steam. It's kind of a game. The bigger you get it, the more energy you're saving. And then they had one night where they had everyone do it, and the thing was completely huge. But this is an example of using games or using data to tell a story to make cities better. So what have we seen so far? Exhaust data can give you insight. It can render a city manageable. But another thing that we're finding is when a city opens its data, it's an invitation. It's a platform for more people to participate. This was seen very well in Fukushima during the nuclear disaster when the government couldn't or wouldn't tell people where the radiation was. So a whole bunch of people got radiation monitors and iPhone attachments, and it was basically a bunch of worried moms that generated the data that let them take action. I had a similar experience in San Francisco. When we opened our data, the first thing that people noticed when they looked at crime data is that the crime of prostitution was being committed once a month from north to south on San Pablo Avenue. And the residents of Oakland went to the police and said, you know, we're concerned about public safety. That doesn't appear to be criminal behavior. That seems to be lazy policemen checking off a list. And that feedback loop was fixed and the policing changed. Many of you run open innovation centers where you invite entrepreneurs and the public in to co-create with you. And we do the same thing in cities. We call them urban hackathons. We did a project in San Francisco at the Gray Area Foundation for the Arts that mapped all the crime in our city. And I was very worried because we're right where all the crime is downtown. And I'm like, when we publish this, people are going to yell at me because I'm calling attention to something. Boy, was I wrong. Turns out people came in and the police were like, I made that arrest. And families were like, someone's paying attention. So it turns out when you open these things up and you make stuff smarter, more people get involved. We had another idea. All right, if the government isn't measuring it, let's do it ourselves. We deployed a whole bunch of microphones and our own network in the neighborhood to figure out what was noisy. We then found out where the noise was, and we turned back to City Hall and we said, now we know where the noise pollution is, you can go enforce it. Empowering stuff. Sometimes the most interesting things that happen that show us how we can manage come out of a crisis. Hurricane Sandy, 2012, and here in Washington, D.C., FEMA had to send gas trucks up to the open gas stations because many were closed because they were flooded, but there was a problem. How do you know the open gas stations when no one's measuring this and the electricity's down? At the White House, we actually tried to get the data from your colleagues at AT&T and Verizon, figuring where the phones were all piling up, they'd be queuing up for gas. But because of privacy and other reasons, we couldn't get that. And so then I sent an email off to Waze. How many people use Waze, the traffic app? All right, well, Waze knows where people are, and they can spin on a dime. So that evening, they basically wrote a new portion of Waze. They had people check in the open gas stations, and they used the data. And by the middle of the next day, we had found all of the gas stations. Cities are putting in place networks for managing cities. We call them the Internet of Things or machine-to-machine communications. And the great question for all of us in this room who programs things is, how do we program this Internet of Things or IoT network? Now, here's the near future problem with this. You try to deploy a new network in a city where you need to get the sanitation department, the lighting people, and the public works people to agree. We tried this for 3 years in San Francisco, and we gave up, so we went over the top. We basically said to a vendor, put your IoT network in the libraries, because they're a neutral space. And then we said to developers and city officials, program to this, let's see what happened. So we basically deployed a network for a whole series of purposes. Let Miguel Gamino, our Chief Information Officer, tell you about it.
There are real-world examples for IoT applications right now. And those things are smart lighting, smarter transportation systems, parking applications, trash collection. There's all kinds of public service and city infrastructure use cases.
So this
we
was
work with our library system to deploy antennas on a number of libraries to create a network that now covers all of San Francisco.
So we actually didn't know what would this be good for. So we deploy it, and a year later we start seeing what comes in. And now here's the question. It's a year into the network. What's the hit? Remember, our network is a year old. It's about as old as television was when Milton Berle showed up. So what was the award-winning app on our network? It turns out to be sewage. It turns out sewage has a very long run in cities, and if you think about it, no one knows what's going on down there, and since we're a city surrounded by water on 3 sides, finding out and putting a network in where the batteries last for 20 years and you can get data in real time is transformational. And nothing's more transformational in cities than mobility, which is being driven by pervasive data, ubiquitous networks, and processing power. And one of the interesting questions is, how would you figure out how much a city could share vehicles? We hear about autonomous vehicles and new shared vehicles. How do you figure that out? I was working on an experiment a few years ago in Singapore. Fujitsu had a model that, if you gave it data, could tell you how many people in the city could share, but Japan didn't have the data to give them. Singapore said they come up with the data, and Singaporeans are obsessed with taxis. It's how you get around. So in one afternoon, we loaded the data in, and we immediately saw, simply on cell phone pairs, where people were moving in town and how quickly they were moving. You could find out 15% of all traffic went from about the same place to the same place. It's what we now think of as Uber Pool or Lyft line. At the time, we couldn't imagine how would we get people to get into a stranger's car and behave differently. But of course, they are, and these new services prove it. One of the interesting things about this is it starts skewing public policy. For example, these new forms of transportation like Uber compete with public transit. And this creates a problem because a city needs to provide transit to people who can't afford it or might be underserved. It turns out you can take this same capability and use it to modify the actual nature of public transit itself. We call this mobility as a service, and it's literally making buses follow people or chase them. So think of going from lots of big buses to many smaller ones that kind of open it up, and it turns out that becomes much more fluid. After all, why chase the bus when the bus can chase you? And the data seems to show that if you go to this open distributed approach, you can get people there faster, get them serviced sooner, and it's essentially an open way of beginning to reimagine transit. I began this talk by talking about the fact that we're not just in an era of smart cities, we're in an era that cities start to make people smarter. And if you think about Liam's talk earlier, there are all these incredible capabilities that are coming on now that empower people. We call this the maker city. It's the ethos of the maker movement applied to cities. And about 2 years ago, with the help of the White House, we had 100 mayors take a pledge, and they said, we'd like to make our cities smarter, and through STEM education, maker spaces, local manufacturing, like you heard from Local Motors, we think we can reinvigorate and reinvent our cities. And to me, this is one of the most exciting developments on the horizon today, powered by your networks. One of the great examples of this is Pittsburgh, and in particular, the Elizabeth Forward School District, that's kind of in more rural and not as well off. They said, what if we transformed education? Because they noticed kids weren't learning to say, they weren't paying attention, they were looking at their smartphones. What if we smashed art, computer science, and shop together and turned them into problem solvers and problem creators? And they have revolutionized that with what they call the Dream Lab.
The Dream Factory is a combination of 3 classes that were previously separated: the art room, the tech ed room, and computers.
All 3 teachers collaborate and bring together art and engineering.
When it's hands-on learning, it's something that you want to do.
What we need are measurements. When you have a board, take a look at your board. I think it adds to our traditional wood shop, metal shop.
Students are programming interactive games, building robots.
Do they want to do 3D printing? Do they want to do painting? Do they want to do sculpture?
This is not a gifted program. It's not an after-school activity. Every kid is getting this in our school.
Now, it turns out when you do this, dropouts plunged, their ratings went way up, and importantly, it was funded by the district itself. It's kind of, it catches. And it also teaches kids to work together in teams. For example, Stinky there was drawn by a 2nd grader, and the 8th graders had to render it in 3D as a real project. In our cities, the spaces that we build reflect our values. In the Middle Ages, great cathedrals when God was at the center of everything. In the 20th century, cathedrals to commerce, shopping malls, and great office buildings. Today, increasingly, it's innovation spaces and maker spaces that lead our future. For example, in Cleveland, at Case Western Reserve, the Think Box hits about 30,000 people a year. It started as a bottom-up, inexpensive thing. It's now a $25 million center, and it's a full stack of reimagining how you invent in a city. Community people come in the bottom and have ideas. There's a prototyping lab to come up with new product ideas, not unlike we saw from Liam or from Local Motors today. And then on the next floor up, they start manufacturing things. There's another floor that's an entrepreneurial center that gives advice and helps find them funding, and then a startup space. This has become the most popular place on campus, and people go to the school for that. Across our nation, older space is being reimagined and reconfigured, just like this Dock 5 that we're in today. There's the Brooklyn Navy Yard in New York, 3.5 million going to 5 million square feet. And in that space, the tech centers in Brooklyn come together with the 20,000 people that are in public housing, and they're beginning to reimagine both local manufacturing and the very empowering capability that making and maker cities have, kind of truly our next generation of smarter city. When I talk about a maker city, I think its biggest purpose is to prepare its people for the future, which sounds like a marketing line, but when you think of automation, AI, robotics, these rapid changes, our economy is going through the biggest change since the Great Migration. And the innovation happens in cities. And so by working on new forms of education and workforce, and by engaging people in the city itself, you start building not just a smarter city, but including everybody in it. To that end, and the next project we're doing in Maker City is next week on Tuesday, U.S. News. You probably all know U.S. News. They rank healthcare and they rank schools. We're launching continuing coverage of U.S. cities as maker cities. Essentially, what are these things that cities are doing that can prepare for the future, from networks to manufacturing to STEM, kind of all of these quality of life issues. We think when you add that up, we're moving from an era where cities get smart to an era where cities make us smart. They are the engines of the economy and creation, and there's a way of opening all of this up and empowering people that hit many of the themes that we've seen today that make cities ever more powerful and creative, take advantage of your networks, and truly make us a nation of maker cities. Thank you very much.
Big round of applause. Thank you so much, Peter.
Thanks.
We really appreciate you being here. Well, as Peter talked about visualizing all the data in cities to make things run more efficiently, our next guest is going to talk about how we bring those things to life virtually to help people plan a lot better. Dirk Scow Jr., co-founder of Tactile, looks at cities now as platforms with endless streams of data, such as traffic, social media, and so much more. And his team creates tools that city planners might use to capture this data, to design and visualize it using mixed reality maps that can be easily scaled and manipulated. Imagine the possibilities here, helping to create better parade routes, easing or avoiding traffic jams, even helping to reduce emergency response times, or even proposing new buildings, maybe even using them to drive immersive sports experiences. To talk more about that, please welcome Dirk Scow Jr.
Thanks, Kim. There's an old saying about the guy who sits between the audience and their drinks. I think that's me. I think I'm the last guy. So we'll try to keep this entertaining, and we'll try to stay on time. My name is Dirk Scow. As Kim had said, I am co-founder of a company called Tactile. We've been working for 6 years to build interesting digital solutions for our customers on a whole variety of platforms: mobile, cloud, web, and most recently, mixed reality. And when we sort of think about how to use these new sort of digital mediums, we think first about the user experience. So you can have a lot of great technology, you can have a lot of great data, but unless you have a solution or a platform that people can use, it's sort of worthless, right? So this is something that we spend a lot of time on, and a lot of our personnel in our company work in that regard. There's been a whole lot of very interesting talks today. I've actually really enjoyed hearing about them. And my contention is that most of what we've talked about here is not the near future, it's the now, right? And so seen a lot of actual real-world solutions that we sort of perceive as being future solutions, but that are happening right now. And a lot of that has to do with data, right? We call this big data. I think we need to start calling it enormous data or massive data because it's just getting bigger and bigger. When you talk about creating a terabyte of data in 30 seconds, I mean, that just boggles my mind. I've been in the computer business for a long time, and in the 90s, a terabyte was almost unthinkable. So we're generating tons of data, right? But the truth is that we're actually analyzing less than 1% of this data. So what sort of data are we capturing? Obviously photos and video has become a big part of that, but even the business data that we use to sort of run through algorithms and we use to analyze our business practices, that sort of algorithmic analysis really has its limits, right? And we really quickly move to, let's talk about visualization. And a lot of the tools, again, that are in demonstration here today, we have a number of HoloLenses in the corner, and many of you all have hopefully seen those, and if not, hopefully you will during the upcoming reception. These tools can be used very effectively to visualize data. Now, HoloLens specifically works on this sort of concept of holograms versus virtual reality. It's mixed reality. And if any of you have any kids that sort of grew up in the 80s, you may remember Gem and the holograms, right? This is many kids' first exposure to holograms, if you don't count Princess Leia in Star Wars, probably the most famous hologram in media. Gem was, and the holograms were sort of a kick-ass girl band, and the lead singer had these magic earrings, and she could cloak herself. She could turn herself into anything that she wanted. So fast forward about 25 years, and we're starting to see holograms in a much more sophisticated way, right? So this is an example from the Hunger Game. They have a little disc called the Holo that they can sort of put down on a table and look at where they're going or where things are happening, etc. Another one is Prometheus, right? So this is a really great example sort of this tabletop experience where if you have data and you can visualize it, you have an ability to get a lot more insight than you would if you just had an x-axis and a y-axis. Now you have a z-axis, right? And so that sort of depth, it reminds me of that sort of human, the virtual human expedition where they sort of jellyified human bodies and they sliced them piece by piece and they went on a tour so that you could sort of see the inside of that. Every one of those little pieces is a whole set of data unto itself. And on a flat screen, you can only look at one part of that at any one time. So as you layer it up, the amount of data that you have and the information that you have grows exponentially. Another example was in Iron Man, right? So here we have Iron Man himself, Tony Stark, looking at a map of the United States with a whole bunch of different representations here. And again, all of these things have sort of one thing in common, and that is that this is what the military calls a sand table. So in the olden days, they would have big tables, and they'd have their tanks and their troops, and they would sort of move them around based on their progress. And this has become a very well understood sort of construct. So put data on a table, let's look at it, let's move some things around, let's change some variables, and then let's collaborate on it. So I'll get back to that in just a minute as to how this sort of feeds into the rest of our story here. But HoloLens is sort of what we are sort of specialists in, at least for this event here. For those of you who haven't sort of experienced it, this is what it is. Again, we have a number of them in the corner. I encourage you to take a look. But there's a couple of features about the HoloLens that are really unique. So it's got outward-facing cameras, both optical as well as infrared cameras. And so it's constantly mapping the room. It's grabbing data, and it's creating meshes through which you can program holograms to interact. And so it remembers spaces. So if I take my HoloLens that I had in my office that we're using here at this event, I take it back to my office. If I have a hologram on the wall, it will remember that space, and it will have it there. So it's really sort of the blending of the real world and the virtual world, right? We've seen sort of, there's a lot here with Oculus and Vive. That's sort of fully virtual, right? If you don't have a computer strapped to your face, you don't have that experience. Whereas HoloLens really allows you to sort of see interesting things in your space. And I just wanted to show you a couple of the experiences that we've done and sort of talk through them. So one of our first experiences was for the PGA Tour, their Players' Championship held every year at Ponte Vedra, Florida. And so the PGA has this really interesting digital tool called ShotLink. And ShotLink registers where every shot is taken from and where every shot lands. And so we were able to take those locations, take a snapshot of the golf course that we brought in from Bing that had 3D mapped this golf course. And we were able to very precisely geolocate all of those shots to provide shot trajectories, groupings of shots where balls would land. And this sort of thing can be used in a number of different ways. One, a spectator can use it to sort of view and experience in a unique way, especially if they can't be there. But it can also be used by golf architects to say, hey, this hole is too easy, we want to make it more difficult, so let's put a sand trap right here. It also had a leaderboard, and you could sort of compare players, and you could sort of look at that scenario from a data analysis perspective. Sort of a follow-on to this is a project that we did with Bryson DeChambeau and Microsoft, where we took a green and we created the ability to plot trajectories of putts. So instead of having to go out to the green and get your ball and wait, make sure that it's light out and not raining, you could sit in your hotel room before a tournament and you could just use your HoloLens and drop a ball and see where it goes based on effort. So that's another really interesting utility that, that we've created. Another example, again, following the sporting example, someone put a slide up here of the experience that Microsoft built for the NFL. We built that same experience for Real Madrid soccer around a game called the Clásico, which is their grudge match with Barcelona. And so the scenario here is that you have holograms representing the players on the field, and those are synchronized with the video of the actual play going on. One other application that I'll tell you about that's something that we just released and is actually in production is for the Cleveland Cavaliers. They have actually it was just voted on this week and it passed, a $300 million public-private partnership to upgrade the Quicken Loans Arena. And so we took the artists' renderings of the new queue and we put them in the location of the Quicken Loans Arena, and we created sort of a slideshow with additional artists' renderings that their sales team is using to, one, sell suites and sell advertising, but also to use to show to people who might potentially vote on this initiative. So I said I'd get back to sort of that tabletop mapping experience. I want to give you a demo here, if it works. It's sort of dangerous to do live HoloLens demos on stage, but we're going to give it a shot. Of our application called HoloMaps. And again, we're demoing this in the corner. And so this is a brief snippet of what you're going to see, and hopefully we're ready to go. Let's go. Good. Okay. All right. Are you all seeing the Space Needle? Okay, so we're in a shared session. There's another HoloLens on top of this camera mount here. And I am sort of the guide here. So I have the controls. Using gestures, I can move this around. And the fidelity is actually very good here. Now, there's some other tools that I can use. this is my sort of tool belt, to rotate it to change perspective. So we can have multiple people in a shared session looking at the same thing with a guide, myself in this case, sort of showing something, a new building, a new perspective, data, that sort of thing. So let's turn on some data. So there's not much traffic going around the Space Needle right now, but let's turn on some weather. So as you can see, the weather is showing up sort of in a way that is presented appropriately to me. So it's across from me, and as I move, I guess you'll have to take my word for it, because this is where you're seeing it from. But as you move, the menus sort of move with you. Now, one other thing that you can do is you can turn on Twitter feeds, which will show up on the map, and you can see what is being said on tweets. Now, something fun to do is to go to a different location. Show me One World Trade Center. So now this is Lower Manhattan. And again, you can see we have all of the skyline sort of represented holographically. And if you sort of change your perspective, then the angle, the buildings stay in the same place, and it's like you're walking around an actual map. So there's been a lot of talk about smart cities. This is actually an integral component for smart cities. If you have sensor data, you can represent that data in real time on the map. So if you have a police force and all those police cars have sensors in them, you can see where that whole police force is. Also, in an emergency situation, if you have distributed personnel getting ready to respond to an emergency, they could all have HoloLenses on, and you could do things like show the path of a tornado, or you could show water level in the event of a flood. So just a little bit more around the movement here, and I'm going to go to one additional location. Show me the Vatican. It's fun to go to old cities in Europe because you get this real sort of intricate labyrinth of different locations, and as you sort of move around it and you get different perspectives, it's just really, it's really interesting to see here. Now, one last thing that I'll show you here is the ability to annotate. So if I wanted to take a pen and I wanted to circle a specific area here, you can use that to point out objects of interest. And this is an app that's available to be downloaded for free. This is sort of almost a proof of concept application, but in the event of an enterprise application, such as I mentioned with the Cleveland Cavaliers, we can bring in third-party data sources, but also assets to create an experience that sort of meets your needs. So I think that's about it. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Dirk. Thank you so much. And if you want to have a little one-on-one interaction with his demo, it'll be available. He and his team are going to be available in the interactive sections to your right and left right after this program. And in fact, we have quite a few interactive demonstrations. I don't know if you had a chance to visit all of them, but of course, Tactile has its Holo Maps. USC has the New Dimension and Testimony project. Starship Technologies has that delivery robot, in case you haven't seen that, out on the streets here in Washington, D.C. Birdly has its VR flight simulator. Voyager Cinematic VR chair is right over there. Amdoc's home remote interface with HoloLens is also available. Dolby has the Future of Sound demo with the Google Daydream VR headsets. Fifth Wall Agency has a demo. Local Motors Ollie, you saw the self-driving electric vehicle. They have a demo version of that. And of course, the NCTA has a TV Everywhere tablet display. And today we've seen the impact of placing all of these powerful tools that you have seen here on stage and also in these interactive demos, in the hands of these creative and visionary thinkers who are setting the foundation today for a really, really exciting near future. But advancing big ideas such as these could depend on you, whether it's partnerships with cable's network builders or content creators, or perhaps a new policy approach that opens the door to a newer, brighter, faster, more productive, and even smarter future for all of us. The companies represented on this stage and in this room are all working to build a better future, one in which powerful networks and emerging technologies can unleash new, amazing experiences. But the key is to be proactive versus reactive, and to not let what you don't know or has never been done before get in the way of what's possible. When Sir Richard Branson's team asked me to run their global startup competition a few years ago, it seemed daunting, but Richard's words were so powerful. Don't let what you don't know get in the way of what could and should be done. And together we created the world's largest startup competition. It is this out-of-the-box thinking that makes the impossible possible. Just because the moon has never been excavated before for its resources doesn't mean it can't be done and shouldn't be done. Moon Express, with founder Naveen Jain, they're doing it. And that took a lot of vision, a lot of guts, and cooperation among the stakeholders, especially with lawmakers. The largest auto manufacturers in the world hadn't created a mass-market electric vehicle, but that did not stop Elon Musk, who, by the way, had absolutely no experience in auto manufacturing before Tesla. So I urge all of you to apply this mindset in your world. Don't let what's never been done before, or you've never done before, get in the way of really trying something new. Get ahead of the curve instead of just chasing it. Oh, and one more thing. Keep an eye out for that next 15-year-old with ideas for a better way. The next generation of visionary young changemakers are, in fact, our near future, and, in fact, they're here right now. And with that, please welcome back Michael Powell and Phil McKinney.
First off, I want to take this opportunity, one, to thank Kim McNicholas, who came and spent the day with us for emceeing the event. And I also want to extend our appreciation for all of the speakers, for them coming on the stage and sharing with us their vision of what that near future looks like. So another hand for all the speakers. Michael.
I also want to thank all of our sponsors. Many of our companies who are represented in our NCTA board were able to sponsor this event and make all of this possible. We're really grateful to them. I hope you had a stimulating day, an interesting day. I hope it gave you a new perspective of the cable industry. We're less stodgy than you thought we were. And it gives us some ideas about policy and networks in the future. And we can only imagine what is next. So with that, we have our nice. What's next is the cocktail hour. So why don't you join us here? Thank you all for coming. We hope you had a great time.
Thank you.